no matter what shape your stomach's in. No matter what shape your stomach's in, when it gets out of shape, take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer relieves the flutters, calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn, relieves the stuffy feeling, and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best on any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses, causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
Many people think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek.
Out here. Man, it's Jackie. What's up, atheists? Y'all definitely still need Jesus, but I see y'all. Y'all been very impressive lately. I see you getting your little compound together. Just don't drink the Kool-Aid. I'm a little concerned about. Please. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
The one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY!
I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Let's go, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a US champ. I'm not a fucking chump. Let's get it. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Things get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. That might flip though. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a very special edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. We are going to be working today on some very important things. We've got some business to take care of. So let's go ahead and catch a quick vibe, do our communion so we can get to work. This one is called Link Up with the Gang. Sky Duke, appreciate you. How'd I upset your dog?
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke.
Thanks for being third.
Smoking is only permitted.
Nerdy was first, Wayne was second. Sky Duke third. Let's go.
Throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate.
$250,000 pocket change. Appreciate you.
OG, I draw up the plate.
Thanks for using the command.
Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the
when you show up,
and then he go get the
Drop that high, command. Appreciate you, Manny. Thanks for coming, Manny.
Niggas don't know what to think.
Unfortunately, it's no pocket change for fourth, but I appreciate you.
Stay away from them clones. Niggas that leave me alone.
Oh no, Cameron didn't get a notification, and now he's fifth. Appreciate y'all, welcome. We got important things to do today, so y'all in time.
And we split it up all the same.
We got Avida stuff to do today.
We go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today.
Oh, the singing startled her. Nice.
Lil' mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with
Oh, gee, I draw up the play. And then you go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Oh, gee, I draw up the play. And then you go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh, gee, I draw up the play. And then you go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Oh, gee, I draw up the play. And then you go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Money. Taking that Zach to the bank. Bang. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Whack. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck around. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, it's just my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model.
You know what I'm saying?
I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang.
Links in the description. Put your money in the plate. Look. I need stacks. And stacks. And stacks. And stacks. And stacks of cash. I got about 200,000 sitting on this set. I need 1 million. I'm not gonna feel comfortable till I got 1 million sitting on the set. Link in the description. Send me the money. Nah, I heard some of y'all. Y'all said, oh, Jay, you want that 10% tithes? Nah, nigga. Nah, the spirit, you got to remember, that 10% tithing is for Jesus and Muhammad and all of them. They ain't even real. I ain't even gonna just tell you like that. They ain't even real. So with a real one like me, you got to send me like 15. You know, like 15, 20%, something like that. Let me go ahead and check my timing real quick while I'm out here and see what I sound like. Blase and Glavinoid. Ooh, my timing is tight and sexy today. Bro, what you mean I be ignoring your DMs? You lying, Cam. You telling lies. Because you know what the truth is? You know what the facts is, Cameron? I checked your motherfucking Instagram DMs before I came live. Check them shits today, Cam. I checked them shits today. Although I did just get a message. Not from Cam. Nope, Cam. Last message we got says, check Discord for full message. What you talking about, Cameron? And I ain't got no private messages from you on Discord, Cameron. Don't be calling me out on my damn stream. I check my damn DMs, Cam. You gonna have the ladies out here thinking I don't check my DMs, Cam. I can't have the ladies out here thinking, ladies, I check my goddamn DMs, ladies. You know, send nudes. Fuck out of here. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get this communion. I'm telling y'all, we got some shit to do. We got to read scientific papers and shit today. Y'all know the drill. Please raise your glasses. Oh, the older ones. Okay. And hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him. in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. I got that Metallica Black Jack Daniels original recipe. Amazing. Amazing. Time for our communion song. This time we keeping it OG. This one is our break for smoking marijuana. What better song could you have for the interlude for breaking bread than a song that's actually called the MJ Interlude? Where do you get it? It's airplanemode.com.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon,
Jeromedy Rome. I said Jeromedy Rome. I said Jeromedy Rome. I said Jeromedy. You're wrong. You're wrong. See, what you missed, since you are new to the game, is that this whole Flyed thing, F-L-Y-E-D, okay, no. Flyed is a word, okay? Now, what a lot of you guys are not understanding here is you are thinking strictly in sort of aeronautical terms, strictly in terms of aviation, okay? Flied, all right? What happens is we here are dealing with the theological term, okay? Sort of a ecumenical usage of the past tense of fly, right? So in the case specifically of Myron, okay, it is not he flew for our sins. That's just not, you don't say that. You know, it's just, the best way to put it is that it's the mundane usage of the word. And as religious atheists, it just kind of offends us. You know, it's just kind of like, come on, you're not getting it. He's not a fucking paper ball that you throw in a wastebasket across the room. Oh, the ball flew into the back. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's a specific theological term, okay? And in this specific case, when you're making the religious use of the past tense of fly, it's flied, okay? So he flied for our sins. That has nothing to do with the fact that flied rhymes with died and flew does not. There's nothing to do with that at all. It's nothing to do with mocking Christians and making he flied for our sins rhyme with he died for our sins. It has nothing to do with that. The Ecumenical Council and I had a very long conference over this. We spent about 3 or 4 days debating the finer points. And ultimately, we just had to go with the authority of the ecumenical term, right? We just said, yeah, people are going to make this little comment, but we've got to do it right. We've got to do it right. And the right thing is he flied for our sins. So, you know, blame the other people in the church hierarchy. And also, don't be fucking up the goddamn MJ interlude. Ready for takeoff?
start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon, I lay with
for
her.
our sins.
In the evening, I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning, hit her faithfully. At least the dub when we
Yeah, I like Flied because it keeps the same spelling. Like I like the IE, F-L-I-E-D. Yeah, I like the whole backwards ass Flied thing.
When I ain't feeling too well, I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for you.
Everything else looks wonky.
Take some time out my day for you. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know
Yeah, the ecumenical council nearly split. It was nearly the first schism in the church, you know? It took time for wounds to heal.
I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me.
You know, we lost a few people. A few of the defectors went and joined the Church of No Name.
The drugs, I go all out the way for you. In the morning, I might lay with you. In the afternoon, I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my
I'm trying to decide where to work, y'all. We got to get in here to our little gather town. I guess I'm on campus. Yeah, I'm gonna be on campus, and I think y'all have access to the U. Oh, you know what though? Y'all don't have access to my classroom. All right, and I don't want to give out access to. I mean, I'll send it to you guys. I just haven't done it yet. But yeah. All right. So here's what we'll do. I will do this from the compound. And then if you guys send me your Avida Ed exercise, the first preliminary thing, I'll give you access to the classroom. And then I think I'll just copy my room and give us a classroom A for Avida, maybe. I was gonna leave C for Cliff, and then we'll leave B default. All right, here we go. Let's get back to the office. Cameron.
Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family,
peace and blessings to my people. Peace and blessings to my people. All right, sweet. Oh shit, y'all can't see the screen. Here we go. I'm over here with Cameron.
Never buy, see you later.
Peace and blessings to my people.
That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn,
Love it. Love it. All right, I'm going to the big meeting room. It's called the all hands room. Yeah, we gotta replace these posters. Sweet. And I gotta replace this default Taz logo.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother, my brother died in my grandma's arms.
All right, y'all.
The house we grew
Let's
up
get to it.
You shot my brother.
All right, so couple things to talk about. Number one, we need to get y'all ready, up and running with Avida Ed. So be here or be square. what you're going to want to do is go bam, 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 bam. Avida Ed. Boom, boom. Go to this thing. That's Avida Ed. That's the webpage. It sucks. It's ugly. Me and Rodrigo are going to fix it. Can't do anything about it right now. Oh, well. Y'all got to get to work. You click on that link right here. Boom. This is Avida Ed version 4. Y'all need to get with it. I'm going to drop the link. Where am I going to drop the link? Where am I going to drop the link? Where am I going to drop the link? Let's drop the link in the chat so I don't have to pull up Discord. In fact, let me close my Discord. I'll pull it up on my other computer. Videos. Let's see. So, follow in Avida Ed. Comment. Pin it. That's right. That's right. And don't act like y'all don't know how to use a pinned comment, because I know y'all be using them shits to call people after you send your little super chats. So go ahead and click on the goddamn link and get ready to get on and do this Avida ad. All right, cool, cool, cool. Looking spectabulous. Let's just leave that. Close tabs to the right. Actually, I don't need any of these because I have all these on my other machine. All right, great. Sweet. All right, let's see. Oh, Cameron's in here. All right, Cameron. He doesn't need to be in this square with me. He could be in one of the seating area, but that's all right. All right, so let's go ahead, and y'all need this. I'm glad Cameron came in the room. That's perfect, though. Let's get to the paper. Why is my damn email up? Let's just close this. Laws ain't Glaver noise. Let me close my emails. Oh, yeah, cool, because Rob sent me our student emails, so that's good. Close that out. All right, open this window. All right, here we go. All right, guys, so first thing is, oh, you hit follow. Yeah, no worries. That was actually, hitting follow was the right thing to do. That is how people should follow me from place to place, or follow each other around from place to place. But yeah, then once you get into a big room like this, obviously, you know, unless you want to be on a spotlight tile, you want to be in a seating area. And that's not because I don't care. If you want to be on stage with me, that's fine. Just understand that it's going to put you in a spotlight. It's going to be like a Zoom room, and then everybody's going to be able to see and hear you. Whereas if you're in the seating area, only the people near you can see and hear you. Matter of fact, let me see if these are, yes. Oh, perfect. Yeah, so each one of those little seating areas is its own little private room. And so, yeah, that's the difference. If you're up here where Cameron is next to me, everyone in the room will be able to see and hear you. If you're in a seating area, only the people in that seating area with you will be able to hear you. And if you're outside of one of those seating areas on the carpet, that's really good too, because then no one can see and hear you, but you can still see and hear the people on the stage. So that's sort of a way to sort of take a time out. I'll demonstrate that for you. Cameron won't be able to hear me in gather while I do this because I'll be stepping off the spotlight tile, but you guys will be able to see me on stream. All right, so what I'm saying is, if Cameron was up there speaking on that spotlight tile, if I was sitting in the seating area, see how it lights up? See how it lights up? When it lights up like that, anybody in this area with me is now in a private room, right? Me and Cameron can hear each other because we're close. But if you go out here, then, you know, the people in that those private seating areas can't see or hear you because you're not in one of them, although anybody near you can. All right, so cool beans, no worries. And we'll test all that out, but I'm pretty sure that that's what that's designed to be like, because in my classroom I had to put spotlight tiles on these things so that my students could see and hear each other. All right, hey Melody, Awesome. So yeah. Also, guys, go ahead and jump into Gathertown. You know, I'm sort of hoping to get to the point where most of us are, you know, in Gathertown at least whenever we can be. You certainly don't need me to be live to be in the Gathertown, but if you want to jump in now and come in here and grab a seat, please do. Let me actually share my screen. That's important. All right, need to do that. When you're in here watching, if you see that, you should click on my screen. That'll bring it like this and make it full view. It's only showing this gross thing right now because I have that pulled up. All right, so here we go. The first thing we're going to be doing, oh, you were in there most of the day. Now you got to wait till bedtime. Thanks, Melody. I greatly appreciate that. And especially you early adopters, because I know it is really busy right now. And so a lot of those times you're in there by yourself or there's only a couple people. But that's hopefully the idea, is that by being in there when we can be, terrifying. People can come find us. And actually, if you need to go AFK and you're worried about that, like you don't want people rolling up on you or something like that because you need to go AFK, you can use the focus areas. So always you can hit escape, right? The escape button is your friend in Gather. But you can do something like you have these areas in the office called focus. If you sit in here, only one person can fit in here. So by being in this focus area, that's a way to signal to others that you're really busy right now, and you know you need to focus on your writing or your reading or your work or serving drinks or serving customers or building benches, whatever it is you're doing. That means you don't want people to come visit with you right now, right? If you're in a cubicle, these are all private little rooms, but of course people can walk over to you and then you can see and hear each other. So that's kind of nice. You can have your own little work area, and then your friends can visit with you and come over and say, hey, Lena, do you want to grab some lunch with me? Yeah, Jay, cool, sweet. Let's go over here, grab a table, and sit down and eat lunch together. But if I wanted to say, hey, I've got to really work on my manuscript or some coding, I could come over here. Now Cameron can't visit me. Cameron can't see or hear me, and there's only, it's a private room for one person, so he's kind of just camped out, hanging out there, but he can't actually see or hear me. And then you have, you can hold the G button. If you hold down G, you can get through people who are blocking you. You see that opened it up for Cameron to go in there. But if someone's ever behind you or blocking your way, you just hold down G. You can go right through them. All right, so that's just sort of showing you guys what you can do over there. I think that's what I came out here was to show you guys the cubicles. Right? Yeah. All right. What else? All right. Now, let me get to the agenda today. Don't need to be. Yeah, we're here. We're good. All right. Also. This is really important too. You guys see, this is called map view. It's how you move around. Once you're settled in a room with people, you'd probably rather be in what's called meeting view. You can go here and click meeting view. And now you are up here like much more like a, how do I say this? Like a Zoom meeting or something, right? This is really important for building community. You probably want to be in, you know what? Also, I need to make it so the chat disappears between sessions, but not a big deal. It's just some of the chat from when we were gaming. You know, there's the people know that chat's kind of public, so there's nothing you can't see there. But what was I trying to say? Oh. The meeting view is really important for building community. I don't want you guys to just, you know, stay walking around the map in Nintendo mode. Definitely switch to meeting view. Also, I need to share my screen again, so I'll share my screen. Sometimes I forget to do that. Sorry about that. And then I will also turn on my camera so that way people can see me in the Gathertown and hear me. Cameron probably also couldn't hear me in Gather because I didn't have my mic open. That's my fault. Kind of just I had a meeting earlier. So, all right. So let's get in here. We're good. All right. So what are we talking about today, guys? So those of you that have seen either the Guts at Gibbon video that I did or some of my other interactions on the internet, or maybe you've heard people like Sal talk about Avida, you've heard me respond to stuff like that. You've heard me sort of say this thing where I'm always like, Avida is not a simulation. Don't call my work a simulation. And it becomes something that, people probably think that we get emotional about or something. It's not. It's just a thing that is routinely misunderstood about our work, and we therefore often have to clarify, and then we just get quite strong in that clarification. We're just like, hey, my work's not a simulation. Like you'll hear me say, you can keep misrepresenting it if you'd like, but I keep trying to clear this up for you. And so tomorrow when I teach, my students will be doing exercise 1 and the Avida Ed lab manual. And so the original plan for this semester was for us to stream the lab portion of our course, which happens on Wednesday mornings, from about, 10:20 to 12:10, I think, an hour and 50 minutes, Eastern. And so, we decided not to do that because, as a lot of you know, I've been harassed by some people on the internet, and we don't want to, risk making our students' lives any more stressful and difficult than it already is. So we'll have to save something like that, hopefully, for another time. But, for now, I still want to go through the same process with you guys on stream. This is great stuff for us to revisit with whoever I coordinate, I guess, getting the clips and stuff together with, so we can clip some of this stuff out. If not, we'll make it clippable the next time through or whatever. But I'm really excited to talk to you guys about this. I realized that as we go through this process this semester, if you guys sort of tune in and try to stick with it, and even if you miss some stuff, just let me know. Just ask me, say, hey, Jay, I did this. What did I miss? Or, I'll help you fill in anything you don't catch. But you guys are really going to come out of this on the other side, like approaching evolution quite a bit differently. And maybe even science quite a bit differently. So I'm really excited about that, sort of seeing the roadmap ahead. And what I'm ultimately hoping will happen is that those of you that follow along and go through these exercises in the Avida Ed lab manual will ultimately decide to do what my students have to do at the end of the semester, which is come up with their very own research project. They have to get together as a group. They have to design their own Avida Ed experiment. They've got to collect all their data and analyze it, and then they have to make a presentation, sort of give a defense of it. And they do that actually in addition to these very serious term papers, sort of their undergraduate thesis, if you will, that they have to write. I'm not going to go through that side of it with you guys this semester. We'll probably just go through Rob Pennock's book and maybe some of the other papers, and then maybe in the future I'll have you guys, we'll get to writing and stuff like that. I do want to do that with you guys, but I'm not teaching that section, so we're just going to do it as we plan to do it, with sort of doing the lab with you guys, and then the readings. So, I'm really excited about this, and ultimately this is hopefully going to become a big part of the way I teach, where we're doing this sort of hybrid of university education, but also public education through YouTube, and giving people an opportunity to sort of take the class. And I don't know what the model will always look like. I know obviously this right now will be free, Derek and I have talked about doing a class on evolution, potentially with Erica Gutsick-Gibbon. That would be premium, because that's kind of the model we've seen with those classes. Like I took the Richard Carrier on the Historicity of Jesus class, right? That's a class I paid for to take with Richard Carrier. I decided to pay for that class and take it because Derek from Myth Vision Podcast was taking it. This was before I knew Derek or had interacted with him. I was just a huge fan. And I decided that if he was going to take that class, then I'd do it and follow along with him and Dr. Carey. I did so. And so I think we'll be doing something like that. So, but yeah. And then eventually we're hoping to do research, right? You guys may not know this, but a big part of the reason I do so much of the work you see me do on the internet and sort of can quote unquote make it work for me in terms of my academic goals is because I'm not just an experimental evolutionary biologist. That is sort of my bread and butter research. That's sort of my, all scientists sort of have specialties and sort of things that they're trained in particular fields. And for me, it's experimental evolution, particularly digital evolution. So that's my research. It's what my research is focused on, like Cliff, working with Cliff and Mike and people like that. But I'm also really focused on evolution education, right? And outreach, right? And so one of the big areas of interest for me is how do we deal with sort of not just adult education, meaning people who are sort of past that typical undergraduate window. You guys hear me talk about this a lot, but if a person lives to be 80, very conservative numbers here, they're not realistic, but let's say a person lives to be 80, they're in school the first 20 years, they're not in school the next 60, the first 20, for the most part, they can't, vote, they don't work, they're not raising a family, etc., but they're in the formal education system. Then the next 60, they are working, voting, supporting a family, etc., but all of a sudden, they're not in the public school system anymore, right? And then what we spend all our time and energy on is sort of this hyper-vigilant effort to improve the education system, but it has the indirect effect of always focusing on the next generation, right? It's kind of convenient numbers because we roughly say a human generation is about 20 years, give or take. And so, we've got to figure out more critical ways to educate people who have just graduated and they're just adults now. They're grown and they're not going back to school. They don't have time for that, and they still want to learn, right? And so we've got to figure out what works, because it's a different needs populations, different time constraints, different requisite knowledge coming in, different demands. You can't ask the same. I can't demand of you guys what I can demand of Lyman Briggs students who are in this sort of super science honors college, and the vast majority of them are getting ready to go to med school in the next year or so. It's very different than, someone who literally may not have been in school their entire lives, right? Some of you, it's been, 22 or more years since you've been in school, right? So it's a different ballgame. But yeah, so we're sort of piloting that type of thing here, just seeing how it goes, getting some experience doing it, and then from there sort of strategizing, okay, well, how do we actually turn this into proper research experiments and, write grants and research papers and all that type of stuff. Because, ultimately we have a lot of interest in sort of pedagogical differences in different university settings. So, you could say something like a big public research university like Michigan State or University of Minnesota or Penn State, where I've done most of my training, or something like Normandale Community College, where I might do some teaching next semester. That's a partner of the University of Minnesota, or Essex County College, where my dad is on the board of trustees in Newark, New Jersey, right? These are, community colleges. They're just a different ball of wax, even a different ball of wax from something like Seton Hall, which is a much more of a liberal arts school in New Jersey, where he taught most of my, where he worked, not taught, I should say he taught partially, but mostly worked in the administration most of my time coming up. And then versus, again, people in the public, right? And that's a different sort of outreach than the outreach we do when we go to high schools or elementary schools, because again, huge age difference. And again, they're still in that educationally intense period of their lives. And so it's just a different game. Like you'll see me working on a game called Salmon Run eventually. We're still working on the grants right now, but it's a video game where it's a tower defense game, but you manage a population of salmon. And, it's just not, as much as I think it's a great teaching tool, I don't expect many of you to be logging in tons of hours on Salmon Run, getting the educational benefits. Why? Because it's designed for children, right? It's designed literally for elementary school age children. And so every decision is made with elementary school children in mind. And so I don't expect grown-ass people in their 40s and 50s to have at it. So, just kind of wanted to wax a little bit about, some of the considerations that are in my mind going into this, and express why I'm so excited to be doing this with you guys. And certainly this particular portion of it's a very big deal for me, sharing Avida with you, in this case, Avida Ed. Also, the reality that I'm teaching with Rob Pennock, and of course, this very important paper that I'm about to read with you guys and discuss as I read it is written by Rob. So we're actually going to get into, you guys know that during the Ken Hovind debate, I talked a little bit about my teaching mentor, Rob Pennock's testimony in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. I'm plugging his book constantly, Tower of Babel. We're going to start reading that. A couple people had issues in their shipping of the book, so I kind of decided to wait a couple extra days to help them have some time to get it. But we're gonna start that probably in the next day or a couple days, definitely this week, and because I want to make sure you guys have a chance to keep up again with the class. But yeah, now we're actually going to get to read one of Rob's really important contributions scientifically, and a paper that's really, really important to my work, because every single thing I do, I have to cite this paper that we're about to go through. Matter of fact, I was laughing with Rob today when we met, and I was telling him, like, Rob, I'm not just trying to flatter you, but, like, literally, like, when I first submitted a manuscript based on my dissertation research to this journal, PLOS Computational Biology, like, they just did not get what my research was about. Like, they kept having this frame of reference where they basically were treating it like an E. coli simulation. And they were saying shit to me that, I hate to say this, like fucking stupid questions. Like, oh, well, what is this telling us about E. coli or some similar biological system? And how do we know that you've chosen parameters that are relevant to a natural organism like bacteria? And shouldn't you be altering these parameters to test for the sensitivity? And I'm like, dog, y'all don't get it at all. This is not a simulation of some fucking biological organism. I don't give a fuck about what's going on in E. coli or yeast or horse or turtles and none of that shit. No, you don't go tweaking any other model system. Do you ever submit a paper about horses and go, oh, why don't you tweak the generation time or tweak the environment or tweak the mutation rate of the fucking horses so that you can see how sensitive the response is? It's just fucking horseshit. because, again, they don't understand what they're reading. And part of that was on me as the author. And so a big part of what we had to do in the revision of the manuscript was include the citation of the paper we're about to go through it. I'll just admit on my own, I thought we did a good job of explaining the system to the point, and Avida has been published enough that I didn't have to particularly cite this paper, but certainly when I got the feedback from the reviewers, I was like, okay, that's a whiff on my part. I needed to include this Rob Pennock paper. And then even in the letter in response, when you do the peer review process, you submit your paper, you get these comments back from the reviewers, and then you write like a letter explaining how you've addressed, their concerns and stuff. And then, so even in the letter, we said like, oh, we've included this Pennock paper that hopefully helps explain that this is not a simulation of some other biological system. It's its own unique, evolving digital system. And so we're gonna get into that today, and it's gonna be fun. I'm sorry you missed Sexy Boy Stupid Whore Energy, but I'm so glad you guys are here. Logan, James, Stupid Whore Energy, YouTube Punk. I see you guys, people in early chat. Thanks so much for being here. This means the world to me. So look, my mouth's a little dry, right? I know I get the dry mouth with all the weed smoking and the reading and the talking. So I'm gonna switch us over here. And just get a drink here and a smoke, and we'll be ready to go. Oh, all right, let's do this. All right, so this is, again, a paper that my students have to read for tomorrow, and if you guys think that's short notice, cool. Now you know what that real university life is like, because Rob forgot to send this and post this for our students, and so our students literally got this literally just a couple hours ago. When Rob and I met, he sent it out because he got an email from a couple of them that they couldn't find it. So yeah, dry mouth keeps me hydrated. Exactly, facts. I do stay hydrated. I drink a lot of water. So I don't, y'all see me. I always have my water on hand. All right. So again, this is a paper written by Rob Pennock. It's called Models, Simulations, Instantiations, and Evidence, the Case of Digital Evolution. You can see, again, guys, when these academics, like, remember I kept red flagging Taylor and some of these other people. I couldn't figure out where do they work, right? Like I was telling you, with real academics, you can always see every single paper we publish, we have to declare our academic affiliation. So you see it right here. The Lyman Briggs School of Science and Departments of Philosophy and Computer Science, Michigan State University, East Lansing, Michigan, USA. So this tells you that he works at the Lyman Briggs School of Science, and he has an appointment in both the philosophy department and the Department of Computer Science. Now, again, I'm sure a lot of the trolls out there will ask stupid questions about, dual department appointments, like they asked me stupid questions about having a dual PhD. All right, here we go. Abstract. What is the difference between a simulation of X and simply another instance of X? Is there a point at which the, quote, virtual reality of a model becomes the real thing? This paper examines these questions using cases taken from recent developments in evolutionary engineering and artificial life research. By implementing the Darwinian mechanism and setting it to work on a design problem, scientists and engineers find that evolution not only can improve prior designs, but also produce novel technological solutions. Artificial life systems, Tierra and Avida, which operate at a higher level of abstraction than evolutionary engineering applications. All right. I analyze simulation as a rational concept, S simulates R, and argue that it always includes some relevant property, P, of R.
that is captured, but that there is always some other that it omits, and that pragmatic factors fix what counts as relevant. The border between a simulation and an instance of R can change depending upon the context. I show that in one sense, Evo technology and artificial life simulate organic evolution, but in another relevant sense, they are instances of evolution itself. Biologists can use such systems to experimentally test evolutionary hypotheses, such as those involving the evolution of complex features and altruism. This analysis suggests lines for future research on broader questions about models, classification, and confirmation. All right. So, if you guys want to follow along, again, you can look up the paper. It's called Models, Simulations, and Instantiations Models, Simulations, Instantiations, and Evidence, The Case of Digital Evolution. This is fundamental to the work I do every day. There is a PDF available online. I found this through Google Scholar. All right? Actually, matter of fact, this link might take you right to it. We'll see. Oh, I know. I keep closing Chrome. I'll just keep one of these open. And do this. Boop. Is that going to fit? Oh, it won't fit because it's too long, guys. It's too long of a link. But let me see if this Google Scholar page. Let's see if this one fits. Boom. All right. So actually for now, I'll pin that one. And then when we jump into Avida Ed, I'll replace it. Guys, if you also want to know where we're going with all this, we're going to read this paper and then we're going to get into the Avida Ed Lab manual. And I'm going to ask you guys, if you want to follow along with the course, to submit the introductory exercise to me. So I'll show you guys that after we're done reading the paper. But that's where all this is going. There's an Avida Ed Lab manual. If you go online and you set Avida Ed Lab manual, this one will pop up. I'm gonna submit you guys. I'm gonna give you a Word document version that you can actually fill out. But basically, you're gonna do. No, not this one. Sorry, I'm using a bad browser for this. I should show you what it'll look like in Chrome. Boom, Avida Ed Lab book. There you go, PDF. All right. And so this is it, and you're gonna do just the introduction, this introduction, Avida Ed and Digital Evolution. You're gonna go through this, follow all this stuff, blase and the flavonoids, answer these questions, fill this out, blase, 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 fill all that out, and then you're gonna send it to me at Pocket Locker 86. You won't probably be able to fill out this PDF. I have a Word document version that's easier to fill out. I just wanted to show you. You just got to wait till I'm done reading this, and I will put the Word document in Discord. Yeah. We'll do that. That way you can follow along with me when we actually do it, because I'm going to do it here with you guys. All right, so let's get back into our paper. All right, I'm going to light up. Also, let's get some ambiance going since I'm reading and chilling and want to take sporadic breaks. Y'all know I got my ambiance playlist. Reds. Never fucking around. All I got to do, library. It's called the sound bed, guys. You want to start speaking that pocket locker, sweet, sweet sound language. You say pocket. Say the words bed of sound. Come on, y'all. Don't that just roll off your tongue like some magical shit? This is what we're trying to tell people. It's called a bed of sound. It's just helps the ear have a little bit of something to cue on to. All right. And so where's the playlist? Yeah, see, I got a lot of playlists. That's because what? Obviously, because the Casino Theater and Arcade, bro. Links in the description if you're not watching Casino Theater and Arcade. What's wrong with you? Something wrong with them, y'all. Boom. That's just cassette tape. Real nice. Low. Go full screen, you get a little bit longer of a fader there. Nice. Then what you do, James Apperson style. Fireplace. Dog, it's so analog right now. Yes. Yes. That's vibe. That's vibe right there. That's vibe right there. And obviously, you got the refiner's fire right there. So don't sit around hating. Like, you got the refiner's fire in the shot. Hang on, you can't even see the refiner's fire because we got the crazy shot going on. Because we got the y'all see the damn fireplace. Acting like you can't see the refiner's fire. Now I got it like actually be like, here, look. Boom, see it? Now you cued in. That's called the cue. That's how real life works. In real life, when you shoot a movie, there's no sound on the fireplace. They don't want fireplace sound in the original recording. They just want it to look like that. And then they add it in post. So that's what we did. We added it in post. Studio magic. Studio in magic. Come on, Logan Fisher out here getting technical with y'all. Holy Foley, baby. Foley is God. You understand what I'm saying? Foley is God. You understand that? Oh, man. All right, Cameron. Cameron got one more client to go. Wouldn't it be nice if your job was working out, you know? What a great way to stay in shape, Cameron. He kind of did pull that off. I ain't gonna lie. Pulling off the, yeah, it's my job to work out. That's a good move. That's a good move. Most of us, it's our job to not work out. But yeah, I have a book called The Foley Grail. I have a couple of Foley books. I'm a motherfucking sound design nerd. All right, here we go. Introduction. Scientists have long investigated natural systems using laboratory models, but in recent years, they have also begun to do so using computer simulations. Indeed, modeling on a computer has become so prevalent that it's become common for people to speak of simulation as though the term referred exclusively to computer models. However, although computing technology has greatly extended their power, simulations are really a more general kind of scientific model. Scientists studied phenomena using simulations well before the advent of computers. For instance, aeronautical engineers simulated flight using scale models fixed in wind tunnels to test possible jet wing shapes. And although it has become common to do so, it is also improper to call a model a simulation simply because it is produced using a computer. For instance, while we can properly say that a computer can now simulate aerodynamic properties, allowing one to test possible wing shapes without a wind tunnel, it would not make sense to say that a computer is simulating a mathematical calculation when it added two numbers together. Rather, it is actually performing a calculation. These are simple cases, but distinguishing a simulation from an actualization is not always so obvious, right? So, commentary, very clear and important distinction. Actually, let me move my other camera so that it doesn't end up in the way here. It's mostly not, but I don't want to have to keep an eye on it. What the hell is that? So when you are, you know, playing a flight simulator in a video game, yes, the game is simulating the airplane model, right? You are not, in fact, sitting in a Boeing 747. But when you ask a computer to add 2 plus 3 and it tells you that the answer is 5, it is actually adding those numbers together. And so that's a really important distinction that he's trying to bring out here. All right, what is the difference between a simulation of something and simply another? Hang on a second. Yes, Avida is an instantiation of a different system in which some evolutionary processes occur, not a simulation. Yes, exactly. That's where we're trying to go with this paper, Stupid Whore Energy, is that Avida is an instantiation of a different system, a computational one, in which some evolutionary processes occur. Exactly. All right, so what is the difference between a simulation of something and simply another instance of it? Is there a point at which the virtual reality of a simulation becomes the real thing? And how can investigating some phenomena by means of a simulation provide evidential warrant for scientific inferences? In this paper, I'll begin to examine these questions using several cases taken from recent developments in evolution engineering and artificial life, life research. The specific issue I will consider is whether these systems are just simulations of evolution or whether they are something more. I will conclude that in one sense they can be seen as simulations, but that in a more interesting sense they are actual instances of evolution, and that in both cases they can provide information about evolutionary processes. I will not focus here on questions. Yes, that's a good point that I need to actually think about more and discuss more, which is there are aspects of our systems that are simulated, no doubt about it. And rather than, you know, always getting so upset about it, I should, you know, especially when I'm talking to people who are trying to understand. If I'm talking to apologists, probably not. You're talking to an apologist, it's like, look, you just got to understand that you're wrong about this. But when you are talking to somebody trying to understand, you can certainly grant them the simulated aspects and then talk to them about how those are still scientifically useful, because simulations are just a very common and often necessary tool in everyday science in any field. All right, here we go. Doesn't this just boil down to naturalism? I don't know what you mean by naturalism. That needed to be zeroed out. I was like, I must have been at the end of that list. I will not focus here on questions related to modeling the core evolutionary thesis of common descent. Neither will I discuss questions about the definition of biological life or the issue of whether the property of being, quote, being alive can be properly applied in the non-biological cases at hand, although the general questions in the paper could also be addressed through such an avenue. Rather, the common feature of the cases on which I will focus is what Darwin proposed as the mechanism that drives the evolution and adaptation of biological life. Put briefly, the Darwinian mechanism works in the following manner. Organisms always vary from individual to individual in their specific properties, and new heritable variations randomly arise in each generation. In the constant struggle against limited resources in the environment and with each other, individuals whose distinctive variations give them a competitive edge over others are more likely than their rivals to survive and reproduce. Thus, the properties that gave them that advantage will be naturally selected and passed on to their offspring. Darwin showed how iteration of these mechanisms produces species that are adapted to their environments. Given that Darwinian processes gave rise to the complex functional adaptations we find in the biological world, we should expect that they could produce similarly useful results in other situations. This insight has recently begun to be used for various kinds of technology development. By implementing the Darwinian mechanism, typically, though not necessarily in a computer, and setting it to work on a design problem, scientists and engineers are confirming that evolution not only can help to optimize prior designs, but also can produce novel design solutions. Although still in its infancy, evolutionary engineering is already being used in the design of products from computer circuits and software to jet engines and wings. Evo technology, as some are beginning to call this form of engineering, is becoming a significant area of research with a wide range of practical applications. Similarly fruitful research is going on in the field of A-life, which is also based on insights from evolutionary theory. Indeed, biologists and other scientists are beginning to use A-life systems as models to perform experiments in order to study evolutionary principles. And there you see LNCA and Adami. Most of you guys know, I did my PhD under Dr. LNCA, and also something a lot of you guys don't know is Chris Adami, who's actually a physicist, also is a big time researcher at the Beacon Center where we all worked, and I was a teaching assistant for Chris Adami, so I know Chris quite well. Great guy. Sometimes super genius, like super genius. Sometimes working for Chris is actually hard because Chris is so smart. But great dude, and the fact that we got along so well made it really easy. So sometimes scientists do call these systems, quote, simulations of evolution. However, others have made the stronger claim that they are not simulations but the real thing. Some go so far as to claim that we should recognize evolving digital organisms as a new life form. I will reserve my consideration of the question of what life is and whether it is reasonable to regard these as truly alive for a forthcoming occasion. Here, I focus on the prior issue. How can we decide whether we should regard such processes as simulations or instances of evolution? To help answer that question, let us first consider some more general cases. I'm just checking my messages real quick. I did order groceries, so just making sure I don't think they're here yet. All right. Simulation versus instance. There's a wide range of kinds of models that play a role in scientific reasoning, many, though not all, of which fall into the category of simulations. Abstract mathematical models of physical phenomena have been the most studied, but visual models such as diagrams and maps are equally, if not more, important. In experimental settings, scientists often pick one representative item upon which to focus research, as when biologists use Drosophila as a model organism for genetic investigations, or frogs as models for teaching basic anatomical techniques and principles. There are also technological scale models, such as one finds in some of Leonardo da Vinci's ingenious inventions in the Museum of Science and Technology in Milan. Architectural scale models, such as that of Brunelleschi's dome, serve to display both engineering and aesthetic possibilities for evaluation. I follow Gier's representational view and holding that such scientific models are primarily, although not solely, quote, tools for representing the world. But I put special emphasis on their use as tools, and especially on the casual and pragmatic elements of that concept. Yes, absolutely stupid hard energy. Biologists got sick of being stuck with just one instance of an evolving system. That is fundamentally what we're about. And I say this to my students and I say this to my colleagues all the time. You can have evolution anywhere. That's what we mean by substrate neutral. You can have evolution in DNA. You can have evolution in a computer. You can have evolution in a chalkboard. You can have evolution in your imagination. Anywhere where you have variation, inheritance, and selection, you will get an evolving system. All right, here we go. Like other kinds of modeling, simulation is a relational concept. Although we often speak of some, quote, simulation S simpliciter, this is always properly shorthand for the more complete S simulates R, where R is some real object or phenomenon or kind of object or phenomenon of interest. Studying R by means of a simulation S is similar to, but also clearly different from, studying it by means of direct instances of it. For example, we understand the difference between dissecting a real frog and using the virtual frog dissection simulation. As a caveat, we should not assume that simulation in scientific and engineering context has the same connotations as in ordinary speech. In particular, the trivializing connotation of being, quote, merely a look-alike or, quote, just in appearance. Computer simulations for some scientific purposes are already highly accurate and are becoming more so. In any case, these trivializing connotations probably become attached to the concept because until recently, most simulations were indeed pale comparisons of the real thing. And it seems that that sense is already fading with the rapid development of virtual reality, VR technologies. Computer-aided architectural design systems which combine three-dimensional renderings with VR display technology have developed to the degree that one can virtually move through proposed buildings to judge interior and exterior spatial proportions, lighting effects, and so on, turning one's head to see everything from the perspective one would have if one were examining a build structure. Nor are we any longer limited to the visual or oral. VR technologies for other sensory modalities, including the tactile, are also being developed. If you really want a great example of this, I know you guys, we're all gamers. A lot of this makes me think of games. Unreal Engine 5, right? The new Unreal Engine.
Earlier this year, we released Unreal Engine 5, making the next generation of real-time technology available to the public. We've created many new tools and features that make working in real time faster, more efficient, and more collaborative. Let's take a look at a few of the tools in Unreal Engine 5. First off, you can create games and real-time experiences with massive amounts of geometric detail. By using nanite and virtual shadow maps, UE5 can intelligently stream and process only the details you see. Each of these buildings are film-quality, multi-million poly assets dropped directly into the level. Thanks to nanite, we don't have to bake details into normal maps or manually author LODs. And to display these assets in their best light, we've developed a fully dynamic global illumination and reflection system called Lumen. It's easy to create scenes where indirect lighting adapts on the fly to changes in geometry or direct lighting. You no longer have to place reflection captures, author light map UVs, or wait for light maps to bake. With Lumen, there's more time for creativity. There's a totally new way of making audio in UE5. We like to say that metasound is to audio what the material editor is to texturing. Here we see a graph that creates a metasound.
All right. And you can see the representation
First,
used,
an
right?
audio file.
Really excited about this. I just kind of wanted to show you guys that. But yes, this sort of, oh my goodness, the way, like he's talking about, where you can turn around, right? And this is light years literally ahead of, what it used to be, right? And so our idea of the way we talk about simulation is stuck on some bullshit from a bygone era where simulations were nowhere near what they can be today. And another thing about this is it's very phenomenon dependent. We've been working a lot on our gaming, and let's talk about that as a great example. So there are games like basketball that I love to play, NBA 2K, some of my favorite games. There's no way that using this controller can get me anything like playing a game of basketball, even though I used to have some fancy little pads on top of it that actually did make it feel like the top of a basketball. Didn't matter, right? Nevertheless, a lot of fun. Even if the game can get super simmy, right, in terms of being realistic. Whereas sim racing, what I love about sim racing is it's totally different. Because I don't have my wheels on the other side of the room, I'm not going to grab it. But once you take a wheel and a well-calibrated pedal and a stick shifter, right? Now all of a sudden, what I'm doing at home is actually so much more like driving a car that we're in a different sort of mesh between the real thing and the simulation, because the simulation can now be, the inputs are there and you can map the inputs, and racing is racing right now, right? And so, and you see this, the proof is in the pudding, right? The NBA does not go, even though the NBA does have formal affiliations with NBA 2K, there's an actual NBA 2K league that the NBA considers its, fourth league, right? The NBA has the NBA, the WNBA, the D League, and their esports league, which is, the NBA 2K league. But they don't go recruit real basketball players from their esports league. But racing does, right? Now the path to racing is you're going the independent kart scene. You come through karts if you're going to do formula shit, or, your dad helps you get together an old beater and you race it around the mud tracks in Alabama, and, you use that till you get some sponsorship, or you come through the sim racing scene, right? And that's because if you really, really are sim racing in some of these great world-class sims and you've got the goods, and then they just got to sharpen you up and get you ready for the road. I'm not saying it's a direct thing, because you've still got a lot of transition there, but it's way, way closer to the real thing than something like basketball, right? Or something like, GTA, we're running around trying to shoot with a gun. But that can change, right, when we get to some of these guns, right? So it all depends on the context. And now think about some of the games we've been playing in the theater, right? When we're playing a pinochle game, it's fucking pinochle. Because the card shuffling's random enough, probably better and more consistent than humans, and everything's the same. So it's all love. We could put the money on the line, that could be the thing or whatever, right? If we're playing Uno or Duo, it's fucking Uno. It doesn't really make a fucking difference at all if it's virtual or physical, right? Because the thing you have to do, the physical motion of playing the card, is so trivial that that's not really the game. The game isn't really playing the card physically. The game is really choosing the card and then that card ending up on the deck. So if the computer takes care of that, right, and you're choosing, it doesn't make a fucking difference whether you're sitting there in person physically with cards, right, because there's no, that part of it doesn't matter. It just doesn't fucking matter. So it is the game, essentially, right? So this is the type of space I'm happy to think about with you guys. This is exciting. You got me nerding out about my actual fucking shit. Yeah, just catching up on chat here. Isn't this is what I was thinking? Logan Fisher says, isn't all of science that isn't done in isn't all science simulations of the natural world? Yes, Logan Fisher, that's the spectrum we're on, right? And there's other graphs and other papers that speak to this that I could pull up, but yes, Logan, there's that continuum of, if you're in the field, and then even in the field, right? If you're in the field interfering or constructing artificial environments or tagging animals and stuff like that, that all makes it more like a simulation, because now you've artificially constructed this resource-rich environment versus this depraved environment and placed them in there, or if you've decided who mates with who or whatever those shit. So you can even go out in the field and make the field a fucking more of a simulation, because you're doing some shit that makes that shit unnatural, even though you're in the quote-unquote natural setting, right? So these are all great points, chat. Stupid Hornet just says stuff can be done in the lab or a simulation or the real thing. Stuff can be done in the lab can be either a simulation or the real thing. Yes, exactly. So like with our E. coli work, nobody's saying it's really a simulation because their E. coli, putting them in the flask is perfectly fine. Although we do say all the time it's natural selection in an artificial environment, because that environment is artificial as fuck. Yeah. Science isn't anti-religion. It's just pro-observation and pro-fact check. Yep. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the dark matter drop. Great points, chat. All right, here we go. So let's see. All right. I am focusing mostly upon engineering and technological examples here, but the points also hold for other kinds of scientific simulations. A simulation shares certain relevant causal properties with that which it simulates, but always lacks some other relevant causal properties. What counts as relevant depends upon pragmatic factors such as the question that one is asking, or more generally, the interest of the researcher constructing the simulation. The shared features might, for instance, be some structural or formal properties. These might be modeled in the same material as the original, or in quite a different substrate, as in simulating a wooden building by means of a physical scale model constructed of balsa, or by means of a computer rendering. In both cases, we capture certain causal features, particularly those associated with form, shape, and proportion, while setting aside other features such as the building's real size and mass. With different goals in mind, we might require those features as well, and perhaps more or fewer. Thus, in the general case, to say that S simulates an R, we must have in mind some property P of R that we take S to capture, in contrast with some other property Q, or usually multiple properties that S leaves out. So this is really important, guys. It's all about the properties. Understanding this, we see why disputes about whether something is a good simulation or not often revolve as much around questions about what the relevant properties are, as much as whether they have been adequately captured. Similarly, if S shared all, or at least enough of, the properties that we take to define something as an R, then we see why S would not be a simulation, but just another instance of an R. So I love that, and that's the conversation we were just exactly having about games. Things become more complicated if we try to move to second-order issues. When does it make sense to speak of a simulation of a simulation? What would a simulation of a map be, for example? A false map, i.e., that is one that contains errors, mislabeled streets, misplaced bridges, missing exits, is still a map, although we would say that it is a poor one. In some contexts, we might take a map that is intentionally deceptive, a fake map, still to be a map in the same way. However, with a different purpose in mind, we might indeed regard it as a simulation, and that its markings appear to, but do not in fact map onto anything. Again, I would argue that careful analysis of pragmatic factors in particular setting can help to sort out such apparent difficulties. In particular, it is usually the pragmatics of causal relations that is most significant in clarifying the difference between a simulation and an actualization of some phenomenon. We can see the elements of difference by comparing a real airplane flight with one in a flight simulator used to train pilots, or a computer simulation to test wing design. In the flight simulator, one set of causal processes, the real relations that govern the interactions between pilot and plane in the air, have been replaced by a different set which shares enough structure to mimic the first in the manner of interest. For example, in both the real plane and the simulator, pulling back too hard on the stick has the effect of putting the plane in a stall, although in the latter, it is naturally a simulated stall. So here is Dr. Pennock kicking Dembski's ass. Dembski beat his ass. All right, let me pull that up. I want to see that. I'm trying to get him to appear on Myth Vision with Derek. Yeah, right. How dope would it be if he went on Myth Vision? So I'm trying to set that up. Of course. I know I got to do that. He's just new, guys. He's just new to our community, but he is definitely like getting with it for sure. And he's also super busy, right? He's working on a book, and he's teaching 2 classes instead of 1. So, you know, he's just busy as all shit, and he's got kids and grandkids and, you know, all this other nonsense. I don't know his grandkids, but I know he's got kids. His kids are playing sports.
To what promises to be an unusually interesting evening, our forum on the intelligent design, or ID.
All right, we're gonna watch this for sure. Matter of fact, guys, I might pull this up. I ordered groceries, and so I'm gonna have to take a break to take care of my groceries, and so I think that'll be the perfect time to play this. I was gonna play Uncle Bobby, but I'll do the Pennock debate instead, because he'll get a kick out of me telling him that we watched that. All right, so thank you so much, Stupid Whore Energy, for sending that, and here we go. Oh, also, let me talk a little bit briefly about the simulator thing. No, not an interruption. No problem. No worries. It was totally relevant. Really appreciate it. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, one of my dream research projects, right? I don't want to give away too much about it, basically, right? But here's what's so dope about what I said about the fact that racing, like a flight simulator, is one of those things where the inputs can get so close that it's the real thing. Matter of fact, there's a guy builds 747 cockpit at home. I used to watch this guy stream. And is this the guy? Maybe this is the guy. But yeah, there's a guy who basically has a full 747 sim at home. Yeah, maybe I think this is it. And then all these become screens. But the guy I'm thinking of, he literally spent $1 million on it, right? And he was like, how is this not coming up? Oh, because I'm using fucking Brave. Is this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy. $2 million, sorry. Look at this, right? Streamer exhibits a $2.5 million setup, right? So this guy built an actual Boeing cockpit at home, right? Now, what's my point? Now, obviously, you can't really do this, right? Like, most of us can't afford to do that. But it's possible. And what's interesting about it is it's so close that what's happened now is we live in a world where if you're an actual race car driver or an actual Boeing pilot, you will have to spend so many hours in a simulator. In the case of a pilot, you might have to log in so many hours in a simulator before you even get into a real plane. I think the same is actually becoming the case even for bus drivers in some places. I've seen these big bus driver simulators that are used for certifying bus drivers and truck drivers. Because that's another sim category. I don't just play racing sims. I play truck driving sims, right? And I actually play Scania's truck driving training app, right? So I play American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, and these are games that are developed by a company called Scania. Now, I don't know if Scania's the name of the developer. I forget the name of the developer, but they also make a game with Scania, right? They make the same company makes a game with Scania, which is a truck company. And what that is it's the actual training app that they use to train truck drivers. It just got turned into a video game. And so you can actually practice parking and going up and down hills and all these weird challenges. And then that same company said, hey, why don't we just make a fucking video game where people drive trucks all around the world? And that's where you get ATS and ETS. My point being, though, it's also crazy now that if you're on a real race car team, you spend more time in the simulator than in the car. Why? Because it's way more cost efficient. You know how much money it costs to, fuel that car and put it around the track, and how expensive it is if there's an accident, all the risks to the driver, dealing with the weather, right? All of that shit where they can control all that in simulator. I've watched videos of Formula One drivers who literally are doing this, they're going around a fucking Formula One track like this, y'all. Literally with their eyes fucking closed. And they do the whole fucking lap in like some crazy ass time. Why? They spend that much time in the simulator that they can go around the entire racetrack at Formula One speeds, eyes completely closed. It's unreal. So my dream is to evolve this sort of co-evolving software that's basically used to help improve race car drivers by evolving new strategies to help them get around the track. Instead of them competing with themselves or always competing against other drivers, they they race against they're racing against an evolved solution, and then that solution takes feedback about the driver into consideration and sort of its fitness landscape. That way, the things that it's figuring out, that driver can actually do. But that's kind of my dream project, and I'm sure somebody will hear this stream and steal it from me, so that's fine, because then I won't have to do it. And then I'll just have the example to point to, and it'll be a lot easier. I can go on fucking around with y'all. But yeah, let's get back to it. Just wanted to shed a little light on that since it's relevant here. All right, so every scientist has their fantasy research that we'd be doing if we could, but fortunately, I work with people who insist that you actually try to do that shit in the limited time you have available to you. All right, so here we go. The same pattern holds when considering the use of models and simulators for airplane wing design. Aeronautical engineers traditionally designed wing shapes and tested them using small-scale models in a wind tunnel. As the physics of lift became better understood and became expressed mathematically, much of the testing shifted from physical models to computer simulations. Today, a proposed wing shape is geometrically represented in the computer, and its flight characteristics are tested in a simulated environment, which mathematically models the force of gravity, air resistance, and so on as the pilot takes it through its paces. Although, of course, there is neither gravity nor wind in the computer, the simulation captures the direction and strength of these forces. Things become more interesting when we turn to evolutionary computer models and our original question about these, but before doing so, we must briefly examine how scientific models, both actualizations and simulations, can be said to provide evidence about the empirical world. All right, here we go. Models and evidence. Scientific investigation and experimentation aim to increase our knowledge about the hidden features of the world, whether these be the aerodynamic laws that govern flight or the biological laws that produce functional complexity. The evidence relation is supposed to say what data will tell us what data will tell us what we want to know but do not yet know. And seen in this slide, evidence may be thought of as information. A relevant bit of data is a piece of information. Confirmation theory typically discusses science simply in terms of the confirmation of the hypotheses, but it may be more useful to think in broader terms. Science is in the business of trying to find answers to empirical questions. Think of the workaday scientist in a period of normal science described by Kuhn. Such a scientist may be engaged in measuring an important constant, and the question at hand is what its value is to within a certain degree of accuracy. Or the investigator may be faced with an anomaly in the current paradigm, a puzzle to be solved to which no hypothesis may immediately suggest itself. Only questions such as, what is the explanation of this unexpected phenomenon? Altruistic behavior, for instance, has seemed to be an anomaly for evolutionary theory. Often, of course, the scientist does have in mind a possible answer to a given question and proceeds by testing that hypothesis. But in many cases, the scientist has advanced only to the point of having identified a problem and posed the question for investigation. Is there a black hole in the Markarian 335 galaxy? Why did the dinosaurs die out at the end of the Cretaceous period? What is the internal structure of the Earth? Questions are requests for information, and scientific questions such as these are no exception. Once we think of science as posing empirical questions, requesting information from nature, we recognize that the observational and experimental tests that scientists use to answer these questions are attempts to extract information. We build the Hubble telescope to obtain better information about the swirling gases of Markarian 335. We make measurements of the distribution of iridium and rock layers at the KT boundary to obtain information about events at the end of the Cretaceous period. And we study the patterns of seismic waves to obtain information about the layers within the Earth. Scientists focus upon those data generated by processes that will be informative regarding the question at hand. In the cases above, they do not bother looking at data on oil well drilling in Alaska, or critical reviews of the latest dinosaur movie, or Billboard's recent rock music charts, because such data are evidentially irrelevant. In such investigations, we distinguish those data that count as evidentially relevant from those that do not on the basis of whether or not they are informative regarding the question at hand. A datum can be evidence of some state of affairs A because it can provide information about A. It is because evidence E contains information about some hypothesized empirical matter H that it can be cited in support of H. Thus, to say that we confirm or gain empirical support for a hypothesized structure in the world, say in unobservable by some evidential data, say in observation, is to say that the evidence provides us with information about that structure. I've argued elsewhere that the confirmation relation, i.e. the relevance relation by virtue of which E is evidence of H, should be explicated in terms of ontic causal relations. The evidential inferences we may make are those that are licensed by the causal relations. This way of looking at evidential relevance helps make clear what is going on when scientists try to answer questions in test hypothesis using models. It also helps to show why simulations as well as instantiations can be of evidential value. All right, guys, I'm going to play the debate. My groceries are here. I want to let them in. I'm going to take an intermission now because they're going to start piling the groceries on my porch and the sound will be annoying. So appreciate you guys. I'm going to sit here for a while and watch it with you, and I'll be in chat, and I'll comment here and there while they're dropping off the groceries. Then I'll go away, bring them in, get them ready to go, and put away, and then we'll be back and continue this. And this is perfect anyway because we're about halfway through the paper. So appreciate you guys. After the intermission, we'll read the other half of this paper. We'll pull up Avida Ed. We'll go through the intro to Avida Ed video that'll show you guys how to get started. We'll go through the introduction exercise, and then that'll do it for the stream, and we'll have some fun. All right. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let's see this. Sorry for the interruption. She said noise. I saw this in person. Interesting, crazy. I'd love to hear that story.
Controversy. This program has been organized jointly by Nat Johnson of the Education Department of the museum and by Natural History Magazine, which has published a printed version in our April issue. I wish to acknowledge my fellow senior editor, Vittorio Maestro, and our editor-in-chief, Ellen Gold, for their considerable efforts in producing this special ID section in Natural History Magazine. For those who've not seen it, I believe we have some copies here tonight available without charge, courtesy of the magazine. Ms. Goldenson deserves special thanks for giving us the green light to go ahead with this venture.
Also, I just want to say thanks again. This is a big experiment for people like me and Rob and just the whole team, man. Just none of us know where this whole thing with engaging on YouTube and all of this stuff is going. But as you guys know, I'm tremendously excited about it, and today just represents a real step for us and getting going as a community with Avida Ed and really thinking critically about my research and stuff. So I really appreciate you guys, and special shout out to Stupid Whore Energy. Thanks for sending us this wonderful video. I'm excited about this. And I think it's perfect because I'll need something for a little bit of time up here while I put the groceries away. So thank you so much.
Which was a courageous editorial decision and a controversial one. Rarely at Natural History Magazine have we received so many impassioned letters and comments on a single feature. The sole exception, I believe, was when the astrophysicist...
You think the IQ, right? We should get a cranial... Anybody know of a cranial size IQ sort of a scatter plot we can check out?
Neil Tyson wrote a column decrying mathematical illiteracy and inadvertently made a minor math mistake, which an inordinate number of our readers took a great delight in pointing out. Now, before I introduce Dr. Eugenie Scott, our moderator for tonight's forum, I want to give you just a little bit of behind the scenes. Several prominent scientists emphatically disagreed with our plan to sponsor this forum. We should ignore intelligent design proponents, they urged, and offer them no credibility by giving them a platform in the magazine or at the museum. This institution, after all, is a bastion of evolutionary biology and has been so for almost a century and a half. In their published articles and books, some ID proponents have characterized Darwinian evolutionists as status quo ideologues, defenders of hidebound orthodoxy, parroters of the dominant paradigm, and dogmatic priests of Darwinism, which some of them view as a secular religion bolstered by uncritical faith and demonstrably bogus icons. Did I get that right?
All right, thanks, guys. My food's here. I'm going to go grab it so I can get back. Appreciate y'all.
On the other hand, in the view of the vast majority of life scientists, geologists, and paleontologists, intelligent design is sometimes characterized as stealth creationism, anti-evolutionism, even anti-science, and neo-paleism. The Reverend William Paley, you may recall, was the 18th century cleric who said if he found a watch in a field, he would have to conclude that somewhere there was a watchmaker who designed it. There. Now we've got that all out in the open. Whether or not intelligent design poses a serious threat or challenge to Darwinian biology, it cannot be ignored as a socio-political phenomenon at least. And I know this from firsthand experience. In my travels around the country giving my own Darwin program, I've often been asked about intelligent design. So, natural history has decided not to ignore the dissidents, but instead to turn a spotlight upon the controversy. We welcome you, and we welcome this panel to Evolutionville. We have tried, and will try tonight, to keep the focus on scholarly issues, keep the ad hominem arguments to a minimum, and attempt to proceed in an atmosphere of mutual respect and truth-seeking. An announcement. You have all been given evaluation forms by the Education Department, who would be grateful if you please take a moment to give us your reactions to tonight's program. It'll be most helpful in planning and improving future programs here at the museum. And now, let me introduce our distinguished moderator, Dr. Eugenie Scott. Dr. Scott is director of the National Center for Science Education with offices in Oakland, California. As a crusader for quality science education, she has worked to counter creationist strategies aimed at removing evolutionary biology from the nation's public schools. With a doctorate in physical anthropology from the University of Missouri, she has taught for 15 years at the university level and currently is president of the American Association of Physical Anthropologists. Among Jeannie's numerous awards are those from American Humanist Association, American Society of Cell Biologists, National Science Board Public Service Award, and on, American Association of Biological Sciences, Geological Society, and the National Science Board Public Service Awards. In other words, she is a full-time professional anti-creationist who has battled intelligent design in many fora. However, tonight, Dr. Scott wears the panel moderator's hat and is pledged to be a fair and impartial facilitator of the evening's discussion. I trust that she will do an excellent job of that, as she does of everything. Dr. Eugenie Scott.
Good evening. When he said spotlight, he wasn't kidding. Hope I can see well enough to read these introductory comments. Intelligent design may be said to have begun with the 1984 book, The Mystery of Life's Origin, by Thaxton, Bradley, and Olson, which, though limited to the topic of chemical evolution, included the kernel of modern ID in its claim that certain scientific problems are inherently unexplainable through natural causes and require explanation by an outside intelligence. Soon afterwards, the same publishers, the Foundation for Thought and Ethics, published a high school biology supplemental textbook of Pandas and People in 1989. Pandas presented, and I quote, interpretations of the data proposed by those today who hold two alternative concepts, those with a Darwinian frame of reference as well as those who adhere to intelligent design. Proponents of intelligent design thus juxtapose it with evolution as a competing scientific explanation of the natural world. Throughout the 1990s, several books and conferences refined the intelligent design perspective. In 1996, the Discovery Institute in Seattle announced the establishment of the Center for Renewal of Science and Culture. The ID, intelligent design movement, developed two major components. One was cultural renewal, the goals of which were social and religious. As described by Bruce Chapman, the Center for Renewal of Science and Culture, quote, seeks nothing less than the overflow of materialism and its damning cultural legacies. New developments in biology, physics, and cognitive science raise serious doubts about scientific materialism and have reopened the case for the supernatural, end quote. The second component of intelligent design claims to be a religiously neutral attempt to identify a particular kind of design, that produced by an intelligence. Let me define design in this context. In reference to living things, design expresses the idea that many structures are composed of parts that work together and function to get something done. The leg of a deer has many components: a scapula, a humerus, a fused tibia fibula, an elongated metatarsal, fused phalanges, etc., that allow a deer to run swiftly. The vertebrate eye has many individual parts that combined together allow light collection, focusing, and transmission of a visual signal to the brain. In modern biology, structural design is explained through Darwin's principle of natural selection as the result of adaptive accumulation of genetically based variations. Intelligent design theorists do not deny that natural selection can produce designs such as seen in the deer forelimb or the fit of finch beaks to different sizes of seeds, but claim certain other phenomena require design by an intelligence. This class of phenomena includes irreducibly complex molecular or biochemical structures, plus macro phenomena like the basic body plans of animals. ID theorists further claim that their methods can distinguish between design that could result from natural processes, such as natural selection, and design requiring intelligence. The distinction is made largely through the application of concepts developed by Drs. Behe and Dembski, the concepts of irreducible complexity and the design inference. We cannot, of course, examine all aspects of the ID movement in one evening, so we will focus on the second, scholarly component of ID rather than the cultural renewal aspect. We are not here to evaluate either natural selection or evolution as scientific ideas. This is not an evening of evolution on trial. Evolution is considered mainstream science, and this fine museum is a virtual monument to the evolutionary sciences. Instead, we will hear the two most prominent ID theorists explain their positions, and two of the most prominent critics of ID question them. And in fact, both proponents of ID have held repeatedly that ID is not merely a form of anti-evolutionism, but has an independent, positive research agenda of its own. It is intelligent design's distinctive positive claims that we are assembled here to consider. Now, a word on format. We will begin with William Dembski, who will have 20 minutes to explain his ideas, concentrating on his concept of the design inference and how it makes a positive contribution to the understanding of the natural world. His critic, Robert Pennock, a fellow philosopher, will have 15 minutes to question Dr. Dembski. The expectation is for a give and take, analysis and response exchange that will be conversational and which will help us, the audience, understand strengths and weaknesses of Dr. Dembski's position. After Pennock's 15 minutes, Kenneth Miller, a biologist, will question and converse with Dr. Dembski for 5 minutes. During the remainder of the hour, Dr. Dembski will entertain questions from the audience. You may fill out the cards that you were given, or you may raise your hand and be called upon. If appropriate, Dr. Miller or Dr. Pennock may have 1 minute to comment on Dr. Dembski's answer. At the end of 1 hour's time, I will call upon Michael Behe to take the podium, where he will have 20 minutes to instruct us on his contribution to intelligent design theory, the concept of irreducible complexity, focusing on irreducible complexity as a positive research agenda. Fellow biologist Kenneth Miller will question and converse with Dr. Behe for 15 minutes, with a follow-up of 5 minutes of additional questioning by Dr. Pennock. As before, the remainder of the hour will be devoted to questions from the audience, which I ask you to submit on note cards or raise your hand. During these conversations, all participants are directed to keep both questions and answers as brief as possible, as difficult as that is. The introductions that I will be reading have been provided by the participants. I will now introduce our first speaker, Dr. William A. Dembski. And Bill, if you'd like to get yourself started while I introduce you. Dr. Dembski is Associate Research Professor in the Conceptual Foundations of Science at Baylor University. Dr. Dembski previously taught at Northwestern University, the University of Notre Dame, and the University of Dallas. He has done postdoctoral work in mathematics at MIT, in physics at the University of Chicago, and in computer science at Princeton University. He holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Illinois at Chicago, a second PhD in mathematics from the University of Chicago, and a Master of Divinity degree from Princeton University. Princeton Theological Seminary. Dr. Dembski has published articles in mathematics, philosophy, and theology journals, and is the author or editor of 7 books. His most recent book critiques Darwinian and other naturalistic accounts of evolution and is titled No Free Lunch, Why Specified Complexity Cannot Be Purchased Without Intelligence. Would you please welcome Dr. Dembski?
Thank you, Eugenie, and thank you, the American Museum, for inviting me to this event. I was saying thank you, Eugenie. Is that better? And still not.
Try the other mic. There's a mic that's sort of bent over there. Oh, that's a light. I'm not a big help, aren't I?
Is it working? Testing? Is that better? Is that better? Yes, okay. All right.
Would you just be a couple inches shorter? And then
all right.
Now I'm starting your time.
Good. Evolutionary biology teaches that all biological complexity is the result of material mechanisms. These include principally the Darwinian mechanism of natural selection and random variation, but also include other mechanisms: symbiosis, gene transfer, genetic drift, the action of regulatory genes in development, self-organizational processes, etc. These mechanisms are just that, mindless material mechanisms that do what they do, irrespective of intelligence. To be sure, mechanisms can be programmed by an intelligence, but any such intelligent programming of evolutionary mechanisms is not properly part of evolutionary biology. Intelligent design, by contrast, teaches that biological complexity is not exclusively the result of material mechanisms, but also requires intelligence, where the intelligence in question is not reducible to such mechanisms. The central issue, therefore, is not the relatedness of all organisms, or what is commonly called common descent. Indeed, intelligent design is perfectly compatible with common descent. Rather, the central issue is how biological complexity emerged and whether intelligence played a pivotal role in its emergence. Suppose, therefore, for the sake of argument, that intelligence, one irreducible to material mechanisms, actually did play a decisive role in the emergence of life's complexity and diversity. How could we know it? To answer this question, let's run a thought experiment. Imagine that Alice is sending Bob encrypted messages over a communication channel and that Eve is listening in. For simplicity, let's assume that the signals are bit strings. How could Eve know that Alice is not merely sending Bob random coin flips, but meaningful messages? To answer this question, Eve will require 2 things. First, the bit strings sent across the communication channel need to be reasonably long. In other words, they need to be complex. If not, chance can readily account for them. Just as there's no way to reconstruct a piece of music given just one note, there's no way to preclude chance for a bit string that consists of only a few bits. For instance, there are only 8 strings consisting of 3 bits, and chance readily accounts for any of them. There's a second requirement for Eve to know that Alice is not sending Bob random gibberish. Eve needs to observe a suitable pattern in the signal Alice sends Bob. Even if the signal is complex, it may exhibit no pattern characteristic of intelligence. Flip a coin enough times and you'll observe a complex sequence of coin flips. But that sequence will exhibit no pattern characteristic of intelligence. For cryptanalysts like Eve, observing a pattern suitable for identifying intelligence amounts to finding a cryptographic key that deciphers the message. Patterns suitable for identifying intelligence I call specifications. In sum, Eve requires both complexity and specification to infer intelligence in the signals Alice is sending Bob. This combination of complexity and specification, or specified complexity as I call it, is the basis for design inferences across numerous special sciences, including archaeology, cryptography, forensics, and SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. I detail this in my book, The Design Inference, a peer-reviewed statistical monograph that appeared with Cambridge University Press in 1998. So, what's all the fuss about specified complexity? The actual term specified complexity is not original with me. It first occurs in the Origin of Life literature, where Leslie Orgel used it to describe what he regards as the essence of life. That was 30 years ago. More recently, in 1999, surveying the state of origin of life research, Paul Davies remarked, quote, "Living organisms are mysterious not for their complexity per se, but for their tightly specified complexity," close quote. Orgel and Davies used specified complexity loosely. In my own research, I formalized it as a statistical criterion for identifying the effects of intelligence. For identifying the effects of animal, human, and extraterrestrial intelligence, the criterion works just fine. Yet, when anyone attempts to apply the criterion to biological systems, all hell breaks loose. Let's consider why. Evolutionary biologists claim to have demonstrated that design is superfluous for understanding biological complexity. The only way to actually demonstrate this, however, is to exhibit material mechanisms that account for the various forms of biological complexity out there. Now, if for every instance of biological complexity, some mechanism could be readily produced that accounts for it, intelligent design would drop out of scientific discussion. Occam's razor, by prescribing superfluous causes, would in this instance finish off intelligent design quite nicely. But that hasn't happened. Why not? The reason is that there are plenty of complex biological systems for which no biologist has a clue how they emerged. I'm not talking about hand-waving just so stories. Biologists have plenty of those. I'm talking about detailed, testable accounts of how such systems could have emerged. To see what's at stake, consider how biologists propose to explain the emergence of the bacterial flagellum, a molecular machine that has become the mascot of the intelligent design movement. Howard Berg at Harvard calls the bacterial flagellum the most efficient machine in the universe. The flagellum is a nano-engineered outboard rotary motor on the backs of certain bacteria. It spins at tens of thousands of RPM, can change direction in a quarter turn, and propels the bacterium through its watery environment. According to evolutionary biology, it had to emerge via some material mechanism. Fine, but how? The usual story is that the flagellum is composed of parts that previously were targeted for different uses, and that natural selection then co-opted to form a flagellum. This seems reasonable until we try to fill in the details. The only well-documented examples that we have of successful co-optation come from human engineering. For instance, an electrical engineer might co-opt components from a microwave oven, a radio, and the screen from a computer to form a working television. But in that case, we have an intelligent agent who knows all about electrical gadgets and about televisions in particular. But natural selection doesn't know a thing about bacterial flagella. So how is natural selection going to take extant protein parts and co-opt them to form a flagellum? The problem is that natural selection can only select for pre-existing function. It can, for instance, select for larger finch beaks when the available nuts are harder to open. Here, the finch beak is already in place, and natural selection merely enhances its present functionality. Natural selection might even adapt a pre-existing structure to a new function. For example, it might start with finch beaks adapted to opening nuts and end with beaks adapted to eating insects. But for co-optation to result in a structure like the bacterial flagellum, we are not talking about enhancing the function of an existing structure or reassigning an existing structure to a different function, but reassigning multiple structures previously targeted for different functions to a novel structure exhibiting a novel function. The bacterial flagellum requires about 50 proteins for its assembly and structure. All these proteins are necessary in the sense that lacking any of them, a working flagellum does not result. The only way for natural selection to form such a structure by co-optation, then, is for natural selection gradually to enfold existing protein parts into evolving structures whose functions co-evolve with the structures. We might, for instance, imagine a 5-part mousetrap consisting of a platform, spring, hammer, holding bar, and catch evolving as follows. It starts out as a doorstop, thus merely consisting of the platform, then evolves into a tie clip by attaching the spring and hammer to the platform, and finally becomes a full mousetrap by also including the holding bar and catch. Ken Miller finds such scenarios not only completely plausible, but also deeply relevant to biology. In fact, he regularly sports a modified mousetrap cum tie clip. Intelligent design by proponents, by contrast, regard such scenarios as rubbish. Here's why. First, in such scenarios, the hand of human design and intention meddles everywhere. Evolutionary biologists assure us that eventually they will discover just how evolutionary processes can take the right and needed steps without the meddling hand of design. But all such assurances presuppose that intelligence is dispensable in explaining biological complexity. The only evidence we have of successful co-optation, however, comes from engineering and confirms that intelligence is indispensable in explaining complex structures like the mousetrap and, by implication, the bacterial flagellum. Intelligence is known to have the causal power to produce such structures. We're still waiting for the promised material mechanisms. The other reason design theorists are less than impressed with co-optation concerns an inherent limitation of the Darwinian mechanism. The whole point of the Darwinian selection mechanism is that you can get from anywhere in configuration space to anywhere else, provided you can take small steps. How small? Small enough that they are reasonably probable. But what guarantee do you have that a sequence of baby steps connects any 2 points in configuration space? Richard Dawkins compares the emergence of biological complexity to climbing a mountain, Mount Improbable, as he calls it. According to him, Mount Improbable always has a gradual serpentine path leading to the top that can be traversed in baby steps. But that's hardly an empirical claim. Indeed, the claim is entirely gratuitous. It might be a fact that Mount Improbable is sheer on all sides, and getting to the top from the bottom via baby steps is effectively impossible. A gap like that would reside in nature herself and not in our knowledge of nature. It would not, in other words, constitute a God of the gaps. The problem is worse yet. For the Darwinian selection mechanism to connect point A to point B in configuration space, it is not enough that there merely exists a sequence of baby steps connecting the two. In addition, each baby step needs, in some sense, to be successful. In biological terms, each step requires an increase in fitness as measured in terms of survival and reproduction. Natural selection, after all, is the motive force behind each baby step, and selection only selects what is advantageous to the organism. Thus, for the Darwinian mechanism to connect two organisms, there must be a sequence of successful baby steps connecting the two. Again, it is not enough merely to presuppose this. It must be demonstrated. For instance, it is not enough to point out that some genes for the bacterial flagellum are the same as those for a type 3 secretory system, a type of pump, and then hand-wave that one was co-opted from the other. Anybody can arrange complex systems in a series, but such series do nothing to establish whether the end evolved in Darwinian fashion from the beginning unless the probability of each step can be quantified. The probability of each step turns out to be reasonably large, and each step constitutes an advantage to the organism. Convinced that the Darwinian mechanism must be capable of doing such evolutionary design work, evolutionary biologists rarely ask whether such a sequence of successful baby steps even exists. Much less do they attempt to quantify the probabilities involved. I attempt in Chapter 5 of my most recent book, No Free Lunch, to do that, to lay out the probabilities. There I lay out techniques for assessing the probabilistic hurdles that the Darwinian mechanism faces in trying to account for complex biological structures like the bacterial flagellum. Probabilities I calculate, and I try to be conservative, are horrendous and render the natural selection entirely implausible as a mechanism for generating the flagellum and structures like it. If I'm right, and the probabilities really are horrendous, then the bacterial flagellum exhibits specified complexity. Furthermore, if specified complexity is a reliable empirical marker of intelligent agency, then systems like the bacterial flagellum bespeak intelligent design and are not solely the effects of material mechanisms. It's here that critics of intelligent design raise the argument from ignorance objection. For something to exhibit specified complexity entails that no known material mechanism operating in known ways is able to account for it. But that leaves unknown material mechanisms. It also leaves no material mechanisms operating in unknown ways. Isn't arguing for design on the basis of specified complexity therefore merely an argument from ignorance? 2 comments to this objection. First, the great promise of the Darwinian and other naturalistic accounts of evolution was precisely to show how known material mechanisms operating in known ways could produce all of biological complexity. So, at the very least, specified complexity is showing that problems claimed to be solved by naturalistic means have not been solved. Second, the argument from ignorance objection could in principle be raised for any design inference that employs specified complexity, including those where humans are implicated in constructing artifacts. An unknown material mechanism might explain the origin of the Mona Lisa, or in the Louvre, or the Louvre itself, or Stonehenge, or how 2 students wrote exactly the same essay. But no one is looking for such mechanisms. It would be madness even to try. Intelligent design caused these objects to exist, and we know that because of their specified complexity. Specified complexity, by being defined relative to known material mechanisms operating in known ways, might always be defeated by showing that some relevant mechanism was omitted.
This makes sense!
That's always a possibility. Though, as with the plagiarism example and with many other cases, we don't take it seriously. As William James put it, there are live possibilities and there are bare possibilities. There are many design inferences which, to doubt, require invoking a bare possibility. Such bare possibilities, if realized, would defeat specified complexity. But defeat specified complexity in what way? Not by rendering the concept incoherent, but by dissolving it. In fact, that is how Darwinists, complexity theorists, and anyone intent on defeating specified complexity as a marker of intelligence usually attempts it, namely by showing that it dissolves once we have a better understanding of the underlying material mechanisms that render the object in question reasonably probable. By contrast, design theorists argue that specified complexity in biology is real, that any attempt to palliate the complexities or improbabilities by invoking as yet unknown mechanisms or known mechanisms operating in unknown ways is destined to fail. This can, in some cases, be argued convincingly, as with Michael Behe's irreducibly complex biochemical machines, and with biological structures whose geometry allows complete freedom in possible arrangements of parts. Consider, for instance, a configuration space comprising all possible character sequences from a fixed alphabet. Such spaces model not only written text, but also polymers like DNA, RNA, and proteins. Configuration spaces like this are perfectly homogeneous, with one character string geometrically interchangeable with the next. The geometry therefore precludes any underlying mechanisms from distinguishing or preferring some character strings over others. Not material mechanisms, but external semantic information in the case of written texts, or functional information in the case of polymers, is needed to generate specified complexity. In these instances, to argue that this semantic or functional information reduces to material mechanisms is like arguing that Scrabble pieces have inherent in them preferential ways they like to be sequenced. They don't. Michael Polanyi offered such arguments for biological design in the 1960s. In summary, evolutionary biology contends that material mechanisms are capable of accounting for all of biological complexity. Yet, for biological systems that exhibit specified complexity, these mechanisms provide no explanation of how they were produced. Moreover, in contexts where the causal history is independently verifiable, specified complexity is reliably correlated with intelligence. At a minimum, biology should therefore allow the possibility of design in cases of biological specified complexity. But that's not the case. Evolutionary biology allows for only one line of criticism, namely to show that a complex specified biological structure could not have evolved via any material mechanism. In other words, so long as some unknown material mechanism might have evolved the structure in question, intelligent design is proscribed. This renders evolutionary theory immune to disconfirmation in principle, because the universe of unknown material mechanisms can never be exhausted. Furthermore, the evolutionist has no burden of evidence. Instead, the burden of evidence is shifted entirely to the evolution skeptic. And what is required of the evolution skeptic? The skeptic must prove nothing less than a universal negative. That is not how science is supposed to work. Science is supposed to pursue the full range of possible explanations. Evolutionary biology, by limiting itself to material mechanisms, has settled in advance which biological explanations are true apart from any consideration of empirical evidence. This is armchair philosophy. Intelligent design may not be correct, but the only way we could discover that is by admitting design as a real possibility, not ruling it out a priori. Darwin himself would have agreed. In The Origin of Species, he wrote, "A fair result can be obtained only by fully stating and balancing the facts and arguments on both sides of each question." Thank you.
Thank you. We will have an exchange of podia, and I will introduce Dr. Robert Pennock, and then Dr. Dembski will speak from this podium. Dr. Robert Pennock is an associate professor of science and technology studies at the Lyman Briggs School and associate professor of philosophy, both at Michigan State University. He is also on the faculty of Michigan State's Ecology, Evolutionary Biology, and Behavior program. He graduated with honors in biology and philosophy at Earlham College and received his PhD in the history and philosophy of science from the University of Pittsburgh. His research interests are in philosophy of biology and the relationship of epistemic and ethical values in science, and has published numerous articles in these areas. He is the author of Tower of Babel, The Evidence Against the New Creationism, and editor of the recently published Intelligent Design Creationism and Its Critics, Philosophical, Theological, and Scientific Perspectives. He has received many research and teaching awards and was named a distinguished lecturer by Sigma Xi, the Scientific Research Society. And now Dr. Pennock will question Dr. Dembski.
Thanks. What we're going to look at here is the question, what is intelligent design? The pamphlet that is put out by intelligent design activists tell us that it is a new science for a new century. We see here the graphic that indicates who's standing, we think, behind this, but I'm not going to talk about who's standing behind this. My criticisms in the past have involved in part whether this is a form of creationism, and Professor Dembski has told us that that's not a fair criticism to do, that this is something where scientific creationism is different from intelligent design, in that scientific creationism has prior religious commitments, whereas intelligent design does not. I think that there's more to the definition than that, but tonight I'm not going to deal with that issue directly. I'm going to try to become an intelligent design creationist. Excuse me, I said the word there, I do it all the time, I apologize for that. I want to become an intelligent design theorist. Today I will say IDT instead of IDC. And what I want to do here is, I hope, learn how to do it. My work is as an evolutionary design theorist, but tonight I'm not going to defend that. I want to adopt this position and ask
There's a
Professor
question in
Dembski,
here.
What should I do? How should I teach this?
There's the question.
There's the question. So you didn't bring this up today, so I'm going to skip this. This was in your article. I would say that the question about the SETI analogy is a red herring. We'll skip that since you didn't bring this up. Here's the question about design. If I'm going to become a design theorist, what do I mean by design? I'm not quite sure what that means. Is it fair to say that design means pattern? Is that one example of design? At this point, I just want sort of yes or no. Is that an example of design?
Well, As John Searle has pointed out, usually what we do when we form a science, we start with certain common sense notions and then we try to formalize them. I mean, I think we have some pretty common sense notions about design as some sort of intelligent cause, intelligent agency. We start off, I mean, human agency is clearly the most obvious example that we have. And so then we try to make sense out of it. How do we get a formal grasp on it? How do we get a formal grasp on energy? Energy is a notion of how to do work. But
so we look at specific examples.
Well, we look at examples, but then we try to extract what is the underlying. What is there some sort of way to get a handle on it in a way that's rigorous?
And the thing we want are exemplars. Exemplars of design.
The exemplars is what starts you off, and then you try to extract something. This is what I do with specified complexity.
So the answer there is yes. Pattern would be one notion. Teleology is another.
Don't put words in my mouth. I mean,
I
said there are exemplars. Yes you look at examples. There's common sense, and then you try to extract something that you can get a formal handle on.
All right,
Specified complexity is a statistical and complexity theoretic notion. It tries to get a handle on intelligent causation. These are
at this point. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment. At this point, I just want to know when I infer design, and the way you've used design in your books, it seems to me as though you've used it in a variety of ways, and I'm pointing out here just a list of some of the different ways that you've done it. You've used it as pattern, you've used it as teleology, and you've specifically charged that science excludes this. I have a couple of quotes here. You say we exclude design as teleology, we exclude it because of our naturalistic prejudices as intelligent agency. I would say that in fact, we have a very ordinary notion of design that we do not at all exclude. All of these things, I think, are perfectly natural within science. We don't exclude these things.
So hang on a second. I mean, in terms of excluding it within science, there's special sciences which have no problem with design.
I'm agreeing
run
with
through
you.
those. Okay, and so the issue is it relevant to biology? And the nub there is that in biology, if there is a design there, a designer there, then that designer would in all likelihood not be an evolved intelligence. And so it comes smack against where evolutionary biology is these days.
So what I'm agreeing with you is to say design is fine in science up to a point. Here are some ways in which I think they're perfectly acceptable. The key one that we're interested in, though, is the one that you've just now mentioned, conscious intention. That's the one that we're going to be after. And the question is going to be whether your complex specificity criterion allows us to do that. And specifically, in your sense of transcending natural causes. I'm going to be an ID theorist. I need to know what all these things mean. Specifically, in your definition of design, in the explanatory filter, you describe it as the complement of necessity and chance.
Okay.
And so in the filter, that's going to be the key
can I stop
feature.
here? Because I think I do need to speak to that, but I will need more than just one sentence to address that. In the design inference, I was trying to get a handle on a certain pattern or structure of inference that I saw over and over again across many special sciences. What was common to that structure of inference was a small probability and some sort of pattern or specification. When those came together, it seemed that people were reliably referring to intelligence. So I laid out a taxonomy of types of causes, but I was not very clear in that book. I referred to design both, and I did say it explicitly at one point, that design is a causal notion, but also as I'm using it, it is this set theoretic complement to chance and necessity. And that was an unfortunate usage. What you get in the explanatory filter is specified complexity. That's what the design there is. But you still have to go from that complexity and statistical notion and map that onto a causal structure. I mean, this is what we do when we have criteria. There is the reality out there, and then we try, as with medical tests, there's the reality of somebody either being sick or not sick, and then there's a medical test that tells you the person is sick or not sick. Well, it doesn't do that with perfect reliability usually. So you've got the test and then the reality. And so in my case, the test is specified complexity. The reality it's trying to get a handle on is design or intelligence.
And what comes out then is an attribution of design, of intention. It's an intentional notion here. Design is a subset of intention.
And I claim that
is that correct?
The connection. Well,
I just want to know, is that correct that design is a subset of intention?
Well, where I think you're going with this is if it's
I just
a subset
want to know if
of
that's correct or not. so I can be an ID theorist.
It's, when you talk about intention, you're often talking about purpose, and my contention would be that we can detect design without knowing the purposes of the designer. So there's a room, for instance, at the Smithsonian Institute, which has obviously designed artifacts for which we do not know what the intention or purpose there is. So
but
I tend to shy away from the language of intentionality because it gives you this whole, puts you in that whole sphere of purpose where you
So
can
we
detect
should not be
design.
talking about purpose?
You
I thought as an ID theorist, that was my job, to look at purpose.
Purpose is downstream. We can detect design without necessarily knowing the purpose.
Okay. So what comes out of this, as we've done the filter, is an attribution of design. And in the way that you've put this, there are three modes of explanation. By eliminating necessity and chance, we output design. How is it that in this output, that's the only thing that we're able to say? I agree that in science, we're able to have all sorts of design inferences, but we're rather specific about them. And what I'm just asking is, why can't you be specific about what comes out besides just the mode design?
Yeah. Well, you're obviously focusing on the explanatory filter, and if
Yes.
you'll notice in my paper today, I didn't mention it at all, because the issue is really specified complexity and whether it reliably maps onto this notion of design as a causal property. I was in the explanatory filter trying to make sense of, or as philosophers would say, rationally reconstruct how we do these design inferences. When an archaeologist finds an arrowhead, is this just a random chunk of rock? Is it perhaps a chunk of rock that would emerge out of some sort of a repeated process where the thing would, chunks of rock like that of that form would keep occurring, or is there an intention? Is there an intelligence behind that? That's how we taxonomize it. But
is an intelligence who intended something.
Well, intelligence is to intend something, but I know. Look, this is not the first time. This is not the first time. This is not the first time. This is not the first time we're meeting. At least in terms of in print, certainly we've gone at it. And where you're going.
I'm just trying to understand your position. I want to be an ID theorist, and at this point I haven't heard.
If you want to be an ID theorist,
I don't even know if I'm allowed to say. You're saying I can't use purpose. I can't use.
No, I'm just saying that.
I can't use
that
intention.
Purpose,
I thought that was what I was going for.
Purpose is not, as I was saying, we can detect design without knowing the purposes. I mean,
okay.
If I'm hesitating here, it's because I know that you take a certain view of probabilities. Where it's
10 minutes.
Good.
I'm trying to learn what your position is because I'm not quite sure what it is. Here, let me just say, we'll just say yes and no in this point. If I want to teach this, we're just going to go through the. We'll go through the list. We'll go through a list very quickly. If I'm teaching this, I want to teach this in the school as an alternative to evolution. Okay. Now, as an evolutionist, say here's something that we think is the case. The Darwinian mechanism is the explanation for biological complexity. You say no. Is that correct?
Depends on the system.
So maybe it is. Maybe it.
Well, I mean, bacterial flagellum, I would say, there's actual design there.
Okay, so we're saying it's going to reject that. How about common descent? If I'm teaching this as an ID theorist, I'm saying specifically what I would say as an evolutionist. Yes, we take common descent. As an ID theorist, what can I teach? So I teach that it's compatible, sure, but do I teach that it might not be true? Design theorists are divided on this question.
The design theorists are divided, and I think
so. That means I can teach both.
I think that no. I'm saying that you would teach evidence for and against. I mean, it seems to me that there's some very good evidence. There's some good evidence. There's some good evidence for common descent.
Okay.
There are molecular phylogenies.
Microevolution. Can I teach that, or do I have to reject that?
I
just want to find out what I believe.
If
this is an alternative theory, I just want to find out. I'm just asking, what can I say as an ID theorist? What do I accept? What do I reject? Science lays its cards out on the table and says, here's what we accept, here's what we reject. All I'm asking is, do you accept this or not?
Well, let's back up just a moment. The great tree of life, Darwin's great tree of life, common descent. The mechanism that was supposed to drive this was the Darwinian mechanism of natural selection and random variation. If that mechanism is called into question, then it seems that a lot of things that
We're speaking here of macroevolution.
The full ball of wax, right? So if the mechanism that's supposed to underwrite the great tree of life is called into question, then there's, I think, place to re-examine that as well.
All right,
it seems that in science, everything is open for re-examination. It seems that the evidence for common descent is actually pretty good.
So ID doesn't make a specific claim, but I can teach that because some ID theorists do think that that's wrong.
Well, you know, when you're putting it this way, it's as though ID is this fully ossified position. And,
I don't know. Some people, you said yourself,
I would say
quoted,
it's a very.
Some say yes, some say no.
We are very early in the game. I think, you know, as I put it in my book, No Free Lunch, you want to be as conservative as possible in what you're teaching. You know, and how much you're changing the curriculum.
How about the age of the Earth? Can I say how old that is? As a scientist, I say it's billions. What can I say as an ID theorist?
Well, I mean, you've read the literature. It's entirely compatible. Intelligent design makes no claim about the age of the Earth.
So I may say, as some ID theorists do, that the Earth is thousands of years old. I'm allowed to say that as an ID theorist. I can teach that.
Allowed?
I want to know what I'm able to do.
Look, I mean, the theory makes no claims about the age of the Earth. You get that from an independent source. Okay, you're going to go to
so if I'm teaching
geological
the nice
evidence.
Thing about science is that science is integrated. It's not just one thing. You can't just pull a piece out. So as an evolutionist, I say, here are all the pieces, and here's what I take a stand on. I want you to take a stand and tell me, can I teach this?
There are a lot of things that end up being independent of intelligent design. Much as I mean, is it going to matter to Darwinian evolution if the Earth is, 4 billion years old, 40 billion years old? I mean, the theory could still be true. It wouldn't matter.
How about the flood? Can I talk about the flood? Some say yes, some say no.
I take Genesis figuratively.
I'm not talking about Genesis.
Okay.
I haven't mentioned Genesis.
Okay.
Okay. Is the universe fine-tuned? Does it exhibit CSI as a whole?
As a whole, I think there are problems trying to apply these arguments to the universe as a whole because where's the contingency?
Don't establish CSI as...
There are people who, I think there are always metaphysical assumptions that you have to make with the universe as a whole because the laws, in what sense are they contingent? That's always going to be a part of it.
As an ID theorist, you've said that we definitely reject the naturalist view. So is that correct? I'm allowed as an ID theorist to say, I'll appeal to a miracle in this case. I'm allowed to do that.
Intelligent design makes no commitment to miracles, and I would.
I'm just saying whether I can, not whether you're committed to it. Whether I can do it under your view. May I do it?
I'll say no.
Dr. Dembski has 1 minute to answer.
I don't think it has no place. It's not relevant. There's no commitment to miracles in this.
The
I'm
time
asking
is
about
up.
commitment. I'm asking, may I do it? Because a methodological analysis
says no. What are we talking about? May I where? If you're in a Christian school system,
Gentlemen, that worked. I'll have to remember that. Okay. First time. Thank you very much. You're done. You have to sit down now. Well, that was fun. Bill will stay at his podium. We're going to have a change of questioners for the moment, and I'll take this opportunity to introduce from here our next speaker, Dr. Kenneth Miller. Dr. Kenneth R. Miller is a cell biologist at Brown University, studying the relationships of structure and function in biological membranes. He is the recipient of numerous awards for outstanding teaching. He has written many articles that have been published in numerous scientific journals, including Nature, Cell, the Journal of Cell Biology, the Journal of Molecular Biology, and popular science magazines such as Scientific American and Discover. He is the co-author of several high school and college biology textbooks and the author of Finding Darwin's God, a scientist's search for common ground between God and evolution. You will have 5 minutes, the two of you will have 5 minutes to question and answer.
Bill, what I have up here, it's not terribly readable. It's a geological timescale. It's sort of the age of the Earth, starting the formation of the planet 4.5 billion years ago and going right up to the present time. And what I want to do is I want to take your ideas about design, I want to map them on this, which is an important scientific thing to do. So let's start with the origin of life. The evidence is that living things first appeared on this planet about 3 billion years ago. I put an arrow down there. It's fair to say, isn't it, since you think that life contains complex specified information, that there must have been a design event at which that information was put into some sort of living system about that time. Is that right?
Not necessarily at that time. You know, in my
CSI
talk,
is necessary for life. There's life.
It is necessary, but at what point was it inserted? Okay, I mentioned right in my first paragraph of my talk that one of the things that's not studied by evolutionary biology is the programming of these mechanisms. So it's conceivable that all this CSI could have been put in there right at the Big Bang, wherever,
Fair enough.
and then it's gotten itself expressed at that point.
Good answer. Okay, so there's two possibilities. One is that it was put in where I put the arrow, and the other possibility is it was programmed at the beginning of the Big Bang, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so the two possibilities, and you specifically used the bacterial flagellum as an example of design. I put an arrow up there when the first bacteria with flagella, we presume, originated, and the eukaryotic cells with nuclei, much more complicated. The eukaryotic cilium, example of irreducible complexity, and the very famous Cambrian explosion. Now, I think I understand your answer to say either that all of this was programmed at the Big Bang, or we have more examples of design events. Either of those is possible. Is that right?
All I spoke to was the bacterial flagellum. So
I know.
With the eukaryotic cell and the flagellum, you know, I'm looking at individual systems. It's going to take some analysis to figure out if CSI is instantiated.
Okay, so it might be, might not.
Might be, might not.
Okay. Now, here's what I want to do. We biologists have to deal with a lot of appearances of new and novel systems throughout geological history. We have a whole bunch of them. What you propose to do as part of the research program is to look at one after another and try to decide whether or not CSI applies and whether or not we might have some sort of insertion of design. Is that right? You're pretty sure we got one for the bacterial flagellum, right?
Yeah.
So I assume it's a case-by-case basis how often we'll have to invoke design. Is that right?
When this sort of information gets expressed, you know, there's the question of how far can you track it back,
right?
And, you know, and so it may be to the Big Bang. The thing is, you know, it could conceivably go back further. Maybe there's some. I think Mike B. he talks about a supercell in which everything was programmed.
Now,
so you know, there's lots of possibilities.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So this is something you said in No Free Lunch, which is the way design works. Is the designer makes a plan. To accomplish it, he forms a plan, executes the plan, specifies the building materials, and finally implies and puts together the assembly structures in the building. In other words, all of these examples in life that are specified complex information went through this process. Is it fair to say that design theory is a series of progressive creative events? And what I mean by that is, to me, my wife is an artist, and she always emphasizes to me she has to think of something, she has to plan it, and then she has to execute it. And the execution of her design is a creative act. Same thing here?
Well, I think what I'd want to speak to is just this notion of these punctuated events where the design emerges. Was it that information was inputted? Is it just that it's becoming evident that there was some information that was already there? And
creative act or not?
I'm sorry?
Creative act. Bacterial flagellum. Creative act?
There is a creative act there, yes.
Okay,
but
good.
when was that creative act? You know,
didn't ask. Just ask if it was a creative act.
There's a creative act behind it, but whether it occurs right when the flagellum first appears in natural history, or whether it was programmed in some way prior to that and then emerges.
I'd like to get one more important question in, because I'm an experimental biologist and it's an empirical one.
Okay.
You make the claim that undirected natural processes just can't generate specified complex information. So what I would propose to do as a biologist is do a little test. Let's suppose we grow bacteria at 37 degrees, then we rev up the temperature to 42 degrees, and then we see basically what happens. We test for increased fitness, and we scan the genome to see if anything happens. Well, the interesting thing, as you may know, a few months ago, this experiment was actually done and reported exactly as I've described on the previous page. And what these investigators found was that at 2 places in the E. coli bacterial chromosome, there were a series of gene duplications and modifications that dramatically increased the fitness of the bacteria, 33.5%, which is an enormous increase in fitness. And here is the question. And that is, since we see this, and gene duplication amplification provides the raw material for the evolution of new and beneficial genes, don't these results which very clearly show in the laboratory that an undirected increase in beneficial new genetic information occurs, don't they violate your so-called law of conservation of information?
We've got to put numbers on it. I mean, you know, what are the numbers there? I mean, to say that you have a, 37-fold increase in fitness, that's all fine and well.
37%.
Or 37%. What's, you know, it's got to be mapped onto what I'm doing. You know, in terms of these complexities, which need to be evaluated, we're talking, you know, the universal complexity bound that I talk about, we're talking 500 bits of CSI. Is that the case here? You know, the analysis will need to be done. You haven't done it.
Okay, no, absolutely. But what I
Ken,
would
done.
suggest is the production of information is
Ken,
an ordinary event.
you're done. Okay, we have a little bit of time for questions from the audience. Not a whole lot of time because we do want to let you people go before midnight. I guess I can probably see hands be raised. Not too bad. This man, oh, hello.
Hi. As I teach science, and most people in the room do, science involves gathering data after a question has been asked and a hypothesis offered as an explanation. Philosophy, on the other hand, does involve offering answers based upon logical thinking as opposed to empirical evidence. What I'd like to know is how you can explain ID as science and not as philosophy.
Do I need to repeat the question, or did you all hear it? He has a good, strong voice. I guess that's for Bill Dembski?
You know, yes, I'm trained as a philosopher, and there are philosophical implications to what I do, but these questions of design detection, I mean, they arose out of my mathematical work trying to understand the nature of randomness. I mean, that's where it came from, because I found that one can only really make sense out of randomness in relation to certain types of patterns. This was a problem, actually, in understanding the nature of randomness, that randomness, when people were writing, for instance, random number generators, they would be good only so long as one did not find a pattern which these random number generators matched. And so long as they violated all of a set of statistical patterns, they were fine. And then this was a constant pattern that, sorry to overuse that word, but that random number generators would go by the board once a pattern was discovered in them. So I was trying to make sense out of the types of patterns that we use to defeat randomness, and from there that connected with a certain structure of inference for detecting design that I found in a whole bunch of different areas. So I mean, my work in the design inference, I mean, it appeared in Cambridge Studies in Probability Induction and Decision Theory. Yes, Brian Skirms is a philosopher. He's the head of he edits that series, but he's also a member of the National Academy of Sciences. And so, you know, I don't think there are any neat and clean distinctions between philosophy and science. I mean, you know, natural philosophy, that's what science used to be, you know, and so the very use of the word science is only about 150 years old. So, you know, I see the work as relevant. And if you go to my, there's a website, we have a scholarly society that deals with intelligent design, www.iscid.org, ISCID, International Society for Complexity, Information, and Design. We actually are doing I think, some interesting research there. One thing is some computer modeling to try to get a sense of just how effective is the Darwinian mechanism when you try to represent it computationally. We have a program called MESA, Monotonic Evolutionary Simulation Algorithm, which tries to make sense out of what happens when you start coupling variables and how does that impede the progress of the natural selection mechanism in finding its way through a search space. So anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there an interest in a 1-minute follow-up from either of you, or are you happy? Okay. Next question. In the aisle.
Well, let me answer you in two parts. One, if you throw enough money at researchers, you'll be getting research, right? So I think the research you're citing, I don't mean to dismiss it. I think there's a lot of good stuff being done, but it's certainly the monies, the research funds are on the evolutionary side. We don't have very much funding. We're not getting funding from NSF and IH, so it's mainly private at this point. And I would say, yes, we have our work cut out for us. In 1997, we met at a conference, but there was a conference later that year, which was a private gathering titled A Consultation on Intelligent Design, where the idea was to try to jumpstart this as a research program. We weren't there at the time. So, I agree, we've got our work cut out for us, but we're making some slow progress. I think we're still at the point, I think my work in No Free Lunch and design inference was trying to lay some theoretical foundations. And, but I do see there's some good work being done, and I can list some people, and we are getting some stuff into the peer-reviewed literature. It's not a whole lot, So yeah, we've got our work cut out.
Jeannie?
Yes, 1 minute.
May we respond?
Yes,
Okay,
1 minute
be
response.
Be short in that. I have to say that I don't quite share Bill's optimism that I agree you got your work cut out for you. I don't share your optimism that things are happening. And an example of that actually was when I pointed to the entire history of life, the fossil record, and I just asked you, when were the design events? And all I got was a shrug and the bacterial flagellum and the others we have to test. Surely, no matter how much or how little funding you have, sooner or later you'd be able to put a few more arrows on that graph and say, here's a design event, there's a design event.
I think we can put some more arrows, and I think there's some good work happening at the level of individual enzymes, looking at the design there. So there's work being done, but it's not nearly as fast as I would like to see. Go ahead.
Okay.
Apropos of this sort of question, your explanatory filter and the CS criterion is supposed to be a reliable detector of design. You've admitted that it can come up with false negatives. Things will fall through the filter. Is this something, though, where you've tested it to be reliable? Whenever we have an instrument, we usually go through and we check it out, see how many times it works, how many times it fails. So a reliability claim is something that we would expect to be tested. And when you look in your No Free Lunch book, there isn't any indication that you've actually done tests on that. Can you tell us how many times it works, sort of on average? Is it 95% of the time, 100% of the time, 20% of the time? Have you done some tests on this?
The fact is that I've got plenty of critics. You included.
But this is
where
something where
are the
you can test it.
counterexamples? I mean, I give it to you. I mean, you've been following the design movement. Give me a counterexample.
But the question has to do whether you've given us any. You state that it's an inductive generalization. That's part of the reason we should expect this. But I haven't seen even a single case that you've offered where we've seen just how well it works. It's not a matter of responding to counterexamples. It's a matter of testing the instrument.
We use these inferences across a whole range of special sciences. I would say that, in fact, that's what makes a lot of these design inferences work.
So they work 100% of the time, or 95% of the time?
The accuracy depends on how well we've grasped the relevant probability distributions, and also the level of improbability that we set to eliminate chance and infer design. And so, I would say that we are perfectly reliable when we're at a universal probability bound.
Perfect. So you've tested, and you get perfect reliability. That's pretty amazing.
When you say that's pretty amazing. I mean, look, this isn't coming up in a vacuum, right? I mean, Emil Borel, a very well-known mathematician in the 1930s, was putting forward universal probability bounds. Cryptographers use these notions all the time to assess the reliability of cryptographic systems. They usually get improbabilities at the level of 10 to the minus 90 are as secure for cryptographic attacks across the whole universe. If you had the entire universe as a non-quantum computational system, then a system is reliable against cryptographic attacks. So it's not.
So this is an a priori argument, not an empirical argument.
It's not an a priori. It certainly depends on how much what are the limits in the case of cryptography? What are the limits of matter and the physics of matter in terms of how much computation can you get out of it? Now, there's a law, Moore's law, and we all know that computational power has gone up dramatically. I mean, your desktop, or rather your notebook computer, has more power than the supercomputer of 15 years ago. But that's not going to, Moore's law says that computational power doubles every 18 months. But it's not going to do that indefinitely. You're going to reach limits of matter, of what computation can accomplish. And so those limits tell us, in the case of cryptography, what sort of degree of security a cryptographic system has
which are a priori arguments. So at this point, we don't have an empirical test of this.
When you say a priori, that is not accurate. There is an a priori element in the mathematics, but there's also, it depends on what the physics is telling us about the limits. Can I finish the thought?
Sorry.
There's also a limit to what how fast computation can go based on physics. Now that's empirical, so you can't just say that it's a priori.
So the answer is you have not yet done the tests empirically.
No. The NSA has done the tests. I mean, these arguments appear across the board in a lot of different areas. Don't try to put words in my mouth.
Okay, let's end there. I'm afraid we've run out of time for questions. Mike, could you come up and get started? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. Gang, I'm not going to lie. You want to know why I picked today's topic? Oh, reading a text message. Because Chris Evans. Because Chris Evans was the topic of discussion. Now, I don't care. I don't care which side of the plate you bat on. Chris Evans is a good-looking fucking dude. Period in the story. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Movie magic, bad camera angle, I don't know. But I remember, we were like, man, Chris Evans got a really nice ass. And if you guys remember the wood chopping scene from Ultron, right? He and Tony Stark are chopping wood, and he's in this fucking super extra medium petite fucking, Under Armour shirt, and he looks pretty swolled up. But his monkey ass is wearing like some Levi's jeans. And from that angle, it really looked like he suffered from the horrible disease of no ass at all. I mean, just a long back. It was like a fucking surfboard. It was an ironing board. It's like, if that's what you call America's ass, holy shit. Man, I highly recommend you start watching the fucking Olympics. Those sprinters, it was like, did your mom fuck a human being or an ostrich? How is your ass so high up on your back? Gang, then I saw, what was that last movie where he was like an assassin or some shit? And he wore those skin-tight ass khakis. And I was like, I get it. I get it. So I'm not going to lie. The reason why I chose today's topic in today's video, because of Chris fucking Evans, right? Because he's just a good looking ass dude. Now, you superset that with the fact that this man is cool as fuck. And he seems to be on the right side of history, right? And by that, I mean, He's all about fairness, love, and equality for our LGBTQ plus family members. Now, gang, of course some fucking Christian slap nuts, and this video is not 9 million years old, gang. This thing is 60 days old. It takes longer to complete an NFL preseason camp. Now, I haven't seen the movie, but I do know there was a controversy, at least in Christian land, about the new Buzz Lightyear movie. You guys want to know why? Because if you sat there and you listened to the Christians and the Fox Newses and the Ben Shapiro's and the fuck faces, apparently there's this scene where two lesbians sit their cartoon daughter on the table while one of them dips her fist into a vat of KY jelly and puts her fist all the way up her partner's booty hole. Then she dips the other fist into a vat of fucking Astroglide and then fucking half moon punches her partner's booty hole and her vag. Then one of them takes like a 99 fucking inch long fucking dildo and just rams it into the other one, all the while slapping her across the fucking face and say, "Who's your mom, you fucking bitch?" Yeah, it turns out that's exactly what didn't happen. Two cartoon lesbians did exactly what my parents did growing up. Gang, I told you on the previous show, when mom wasn't working and dad was. He was, God bless America. Was he a captain then or what? No, he had to have been a lieutenant going into being a captain. Every single morning, dad would walk into the kitchen in his dress greens. And he did podcasts, just act like you can see me. Go fuck yourself. And dad would walk into the kitchen while mom was getting me and Berkey's breakfast ready and did this right here. Kissed his wife on the lips, transformed and rolled out. That's it. That's what the cartoon lesbians did. Gang. Yeah, that's really it. The whole half moon punch, the double hole thing. Yeah, I totally made that up. They didn't do that. Yeah, well, you could, again, holy shit, conservative internet, YouTube, podcast, Fox News, the church groups, the blase, and the fucking Glavinoids went fucking nuts because two cartoon lesbians did what fucking Lucy and Desi Arnaz did, the Bewitched couple, Good Times, the Jeffersons, Claire and Cliff Huxtable. Please go fuck yourself. How is this a topic of fucking conversation? Oh yeah, that's right, Christianity. So, I do remember, because I remember tweeting about it and making a quick 2-minute video, and I don't know why you're not following me on Twitter. You know why? It's for the exact same reason you don't follow Dr. J. Bundy at Pocket. Did you subscribe yet? Did you subscribe to J. Bundy's channel? You haven't subscribed to his channel for the exact same reason you have not followed me on Twitter at RCReed40. You want to know why? You were born and raised in some real fucked up ass non-Christian household, weren't you? Weren't you? That's the reason why you need to be following me. Do the right thing. Back on topic. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, because Captain America straight up said, "Go fuck yourself." If you have a problem with two cartoon lesbians kissing, fuck you. This makes sense. You know why he said that? Because the right thing to say in that situation is fuck you. Two cartoon lesbians kissing is not newsworthy. It just isn't. You need some bigger fucking problems. Well, gang, I got this fuck knuckle responding to Chris Evans' response. Why Chris Evans is so upset at Christians. He's not upset, fuck knuckle. He's responding to your stupidity. He's responding to your intolerance. He's responding to your hate. Oh, I know. This isn't hate, Robert. This is the kindest message. Shut the fuck up. Again, it is so kind. It is so loving that y'all push gay people to do things that they can't take back. Again, Christians, if you really want to show love, you'll shut the fuck up. Instead of forcing your love down someone's throat. Listen, and when people say that's not loving, well, I said it was loving, God damn it. Yeah, that because I didn't take it as love. Telling me I have to be celibate and miserable and an outcast for the entirety of my life. That's not loving. Telling me I can't serve in the military, adopt a kid, get married, pass down my financial benefits to my lover. Telling me I can't do any of that because your fucking God said so. One, have his monkey ass come down here and tell me himself. Until then, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself, you fucking homophobic bigot. Gang, let's just roll this fucked up ass tape.
Are you an idiot for believing the Bible? Chris Evans, the voice actor for Buzz Lightyear in the new film Lightyear, thinks that you are.
Well, I mean, the real truth is those people are idiots.
He's being interviewed about...
Pause the tape. Chris Evans is a sexy motherfucker. He just is. If you don't think so, please unsubscribe from my channel. But he's right. If you read this fucked up ass book and you're going to ignore all the other Leviticus rules and Deuteronomy and all this other bullshit, only to get to one section that says God hates fags, you are an idiot. You are an absolute hate-filled idiot. Cap is right. Roll the tape.
Movie, and there's a gay couple in the movie and a lesbian kiss, and he gets multiple questions about that. In the movie, those things are just presented as normal, and really, men and women are interchangeable. There is no real gender distinction, which is in total contradiction to the Bible and reality, honestly. But he's asked...
Okay, pause the tape. That little bitty ass jab, that's contradictory to reality. You want to know what's contradictory to fucking reality, numbnuts? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You know what's contradictory to fucking reality? A reptile that does not have vocal cords speaking Hebrew. That's contrary to fucking reality. So Christians, if this is the bullshit you're leaning on, clean your own house before you point out dirt in someone else's. Stop telling other people that they don't have a firm grasp on reality. Then turn around and say a teenage virgin gave birth to a child. Please go fuck yourself. Roll the tape.
Respond to those who push back against these ideas presented in the movie, and this is what Chris Evans says.
Well, I mean, the real truth is those people are idiots.
First, notice he says, those people over there, those have a different view than his own. In his worldview, he cannot tolerate anyone has a different view than his own. Which is pretty ironic because the whole foundation for his worldview is supposed to be tolerance.
Pause the tape. Christians, stop doing that. I told you. We're on to your bullshit. It's how many times can I say a word in a sentence, right? Again, so you're an atheist. Yes, I am. So you don't believe in a God. That is correct. Well, do you believe that? Again, so you believe in a belief that's not a belief, but you do believe in that. Shut the fuck up. Sitting there and saying, you aren't tolerating me being intolerant, therefore you are intolerant. It's just how many times can I say a fucking word in a sentence? Christians, I hope one day I live long enough to see that when you guys wake up and realize this is not intolerance. I just belch, hashtag unprofessional. One day you fuck faces are going to learn the difference between intolerance and emotional and sometimes physical self-defense. Again, I tell the ladies that take self-defense from me. If some asshole's trying to get you to do something sexually that you're not down with, and they're forcing themselves on you, and you reach up and you punch his monkey ass and you break his eye orbital, you did not commit an act of violence. You just didn't. Right? Funny how all the guys who don't try to force you to do fucked up shit, you don't punch them in their eye orbital. Right? Same thing here, Christians. And again, whether you're Westboro Baptist or you do it in a kind, loving way, hating on gay people is hate on gay people. Period in the story. And so, again, you filthy fucking faggot is no different than it's not God's best. And when we say, shut the fuck up, you homophobic sack of shit. Well, why you're not tolerant? Okay, so the foundation of your worldview is tolerance, but you're not being tolerant. Shut the fuck up. Christians, you are simply getting what you are giving out, and you don't like it. You don't like it. Go fuck yourself. Roll the tape. This is going to be a long one, gang.
Being pushed and moved from his perspective. And then also notice he calls those who disagree with him, he calls them idiots. Notice it's not a logical argument. It's not really some well-articulated point of view he's trying to...
Pause the tape. I'm going to help Cap out. You are hate-filled idiots. He called you an idiot because the description fucking fits. The gloves are off. Fuck nuts. A virgin cannot get pregnant. You want to know how I know you're on my side? Because if someone said that today, you would not believe them. Again, the best part about Christianity, it requires no commitment, none at all. Again, every single fuckface who has claimed to be Jesus in modern times, we have isolated that person, we have incarcerated that person, or we have snuffed that person out. Christians, if someone knocked on your door right now telling you to drop all your worldly possessions, pick up your cross and follow me, well, do the fuck out there, motherfuckers. You wouldn't do it. And I don't want to hear your fucking excuses. Oh, well, Robert, that's why I need to say. Remember, shut the fuck up. Put your fucking money where your fucking mouth is. Right? Christians worth $20 million fucking dollars. Right? I told you, fucking Joel Osteen asked about, marriage equality. Right? Well, I just don't see how it works. I mean, I don't see how you change that. Hey, Joel, it says right here in your fucked up ass book, God says, don't accumulate wealth. What did Joel Osteen do? Swat! Change that goddamn page with the fucking quickness, right? Fuck that goddamn verse. I'm stacking Benjamins, bitches. He called you an idiot because belief in a talking snake is idiotic. And I said in yesterday's show, the real fucked up thing besides all of it is if you are running for government office and you say, no, dick has to meet vagina or sperm has to meet egg, some way, somehow, that's how you get pregnant. I do not believe in the whole Virgin Mary thing. You have effectively executed any opportunity, any chance at becoming president, governor, PTA leader, whatever the fuck. That's how fucked up this country is. That you have to sit here and say you believe in idiotic shit to move forward. The people who say that's just not scientifically possible, well, what you don't seem to understand is that there's magic. But we're the assholes, right? So again, you don't want to be called an idiot? Stop believing in idiotic shit. Scientific facting. There he is. We got the big ball of love over there. Where's Buddy? There he is. We got the big ball of love over there. It's kind of like the yin and the yang, right? You got Papa and Bubba all intertwined in cuteness and shit. Gang, I got a good household. Back on topic. Cap is not leaning on just his opinion. He is leaning on scientific fact, numbnuts. Okay, fine. Your Bible says that you shouldn't suck a dick if your name is John. Okay, John, don't suck a fucking dick. But stop making rules and laws that affect the dudes that do want to suck a dick. They're not asking you. I told you, nobody thinks more about gay sex than heterosexual Christian men. Please go fuck yourself. So no, it's not that if you don't agree with Cap's opinion, you're an idiot. It's just that when you quote this book that is just, Pop, stop it. It's when you quote this fucked up ass book and then look at everyone else like we're the idiots for not buying in. That is why your belief system does not walk hand in hand with reality. Period. Roll the tape.
Versus another. So he has no real leverage, no real power, no real authority. So what's he got left is really just name calling, bullying, which is really what's taking place in this clip. And then
okay, pause the tape. This is good. We may not make it through this fucked up ass tape. Papa, do you want to go out? No, he just wants attention. Name calling, bullying, right? All you like, dude. Again, stop. You guys are getting treated the way that you treat others, and you don't like it. Again, nothing like to, again, you want people who don't agree with you. I had someone today at work, and we were there again. I've talked about this person before, but it's like, I got to burn that fucking place down. I mean, like, rubbles. But this person was talking about labels and how labels are divisive, and I was like, you know, I find it kind of ironical. I find it fucking ironical that a hardcore Christian is calling other labels divisive. And I'm at the point with this person where I just don't listen to them talk. I kick the factuals and I tell it, now you can shut the fuck up. Right? Because again, this person is under the assumption, because again, you have never talked to the one Christian who has fucked this up. It's always those Christians over there. And this person always says, like fuckface Craig Reed, that my Christianity growing up was so corrupt and now you're an atheist. It was like, shut the fuck up. And she started to say it, I totally understand, Robert, that, with the Christianity that you was like, no, because of Christianity, period in the story, please shut the fuck up. This conversation's over, right? Where the fuck was I going with that game? I'm not even drunk. I'm halfway through. I'm not even going to tell you what kind this is. I'm not. You want to know why? Because you are unworthy. Here, let me do the Odin speech. Let me do the Odin speech. Whosoever shall hold this gin, if they be worthy, may they possess the liver of Uncle Bobby. You're not worthy. If you try to pick that shit up right now, your monkey ass couldn't do it. You want to know why? Because you are unworthy of Uncle Bobby's liquor. I told you, your monkey ass sat there and you climbed through. You were picking up pennies and quarters and shit on the ground. You were looking through your fucking drawers and shit to find like nickels so you can rub them together and get some bullshit like Beefeater, Supreme bullshit. I don't even like fucking Beefeater, gang. But that to you is good liquor, isn't it? I am not even going to tell you what's in this. All I'm going to tell you is it makes me better than you. Now let's try and figure out where the fuck Uncle Bobby was. Let's rewind this foolishness. Hold on.
So he has no real leverage, no real power, no real authority. So what's he got left is really just name calling.
Yeah, pause the tape. I think I remember. Hold on, I'm about to belch. It's brewing. I just belched. So like this lady was up here talking this morning, that because of my corrupt form of Christianity, right? She can see why it is. I would say it's divisive and the blah. It's like, no. Christianity by definition is fucking divisive. Christianity by definition is name calling. Again, there's no such thing as fucking sin. Gang, stop being nice about it. They literally believe in a fucking curse. And apparently, the worst thing you can be is alive. You want to know why? Because if you are alive, you are a sinner. Sinners go to hell to be tortured forever. But this fucker is worried that someone called him an idiot. But yet he'll turn his monkey ass right around and say, the billions of people in New Delhi and all those, just in India in general, they're going to die and go to hell and be tortured forever. You want to know why? Because my God loves them. So again, this is just projection right here, right? Oh, this is bullying. This is bullying. Oh yeah, by the way, you're going to go to hell. Just roll the tape. Christian, step your game up.
Which is really what's taking place in this clip. And then he goes on to say this.
I mean, I think throughout history you can see every time there's been social advancement as we wake up. I mean, the American story, the human story is one of constant social awakening and growth. That's what makes us good.
So he says the human story is one of constant social awakening and growth. But in the secular worldview, the human story is this. We are just a cosmic accident. That's all we are, with no real meaning and no real...
Pause the tape. Christians, you are borderline hopeless. This is what you, again, this is 2 months old, gang. This is 2 months old. This is what happens when all you do is run off at the fucking mouth. When you quote mine like Richard Dawkins. This is what you sound like. No. Again, the only people who use the phrase cosmic accidents, Christians. Christian, I would say it's like, but it is. All you do is sit there and you talk in an echo chamber. You look yourself in a fucking mirror and you just sit there and you don't listen. This has been, again, that's what I'm saying. Stop being nice, gang. And the worst thing they're worried about is being called an idiot. No. This is not atheism. This is not secularism. This is Christianity speaking for secularism, for atheism. This is them being idiots. Again, Christians, for the half of one who may be watching, it just gets to a point where you skip past ignorance and you just catapult into stupidity. How many times must it be said that this isn't what atheists say? Roll the tape.
When we die, we're done. That's it. And then also note that according to the Bible, the true human story is one of rebellion against our Creator, trying to take over His jurisdiction. We want to be our own gods, be our own authority, which is what He's pushing for, and Disney's pushing for by saying that we can decide truth for ourselves. We can decide what gender is. We can decide what sexuality and marriage should look like, and you should agree with us. And if you don't, you're an idiot, as you said earlier.
Pause the tape. What he's saying is evolve or die. You're taking your lead from a rule book that is literally over 2,000 years old. And again, Cap, with his sexy ass self, he's right. The world is all about change. You think I'm bullshitting? It just wasn't too long ago that people who look like me were owned as property. We change. It was the year I was born that women were given the privilege of holding credit. The year after that, Roe v. Wade. We change. Christians, you're trying to establish rules off of a book that literally said some fucker had this tremendous lunch with a couple pieces of fish and some stale fucking bread. That's where you're getting your lead from. And yet you wonder why we're calling you idiots. Again, if you want to believe that shit, can't stop you. I don't think it's healthy, but I can't stop you. But the world is going to leave you behind. We just are. And you can sit here and scream persecution all you want. The one Christian who may see this, they're going to fucking talk about how I was persecuted. Say whatever you want. It's just going to get to a point where we're going to leave. You know the real, go fuck yourselves. Coach DW, I told you guys. And at first we all fought it, right? You didn't want to be that guy talking about your high school football coach. But he was right. He was absolutely right, gang. 40 years ago, can I say that? No, not 40, 30, whatever the fuck. Do the math. Go fuck yourself. I'm not in the business of winning football games. I'm in the business of creating good young men. The lessons you learn today, you will carry on for the rest of your life. Really long story short, I remember he told us, it's not if, but when a coach yells at you, you can take that beating. Oh yeah, you're not going to like it. On the inside, you should smile. You want to know why? That coach still cares enough about you to correct your mistakes. They want you out there on the field. It's when you mess up and you know you've messed up and you hear crickets, he said, that's when you should panic. You want to know why? We've given up on you. You're getting ready to get aluminum poisoning. You're going to get your ass on that bench. We're putting someone else in there that can do the job. Christians, that's going to be you. We can't stop you from following this book. We can't stop you from believing bullshit that makes you idiots. Gay people shouldn't get married. Why? Because my God says so. We're going to eventually, when we get enough steam, we're going to leave you behind. YouTube channels like this, podcasts like this, there's going to be no need for it. We're going to leave you behind. It's going to get to a point where you're going to say, God hates fags, 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 fags. You're going to be alone in a room screaming that shit to yourself while the rest of the world has moved on.
All right, gang. Appreciate y'all. Y'all know had to get groceries. That's why I don't get groceries a lot. They had to go through the fucking COVID protocol and all that bullshit. Fed Sam, that was the main impetus. Had to get this celebrity ass dog food for this fuckface. So he's eating, and then I'm gonna take his ass out. The Pennock debate was awesome. If y'all haven't already, you need to be subscribed to Gin and Truth. Of course I heard this shout out. When I'm away, man, I got the speakers on. If I step outside, I got the iPad with the iPad. Listen to me, I got a fucking iPad. The cheap ass fucking tablet with me. Or I'm listening on my phone. So why haven't y'all subscribed to Gin and Truth? Why? Because you're a terrible fucking person, that's why. Because you're a terrible fucking person. That is why. That's the only it's the only explanation. It's because you're trash. It's because you're fucking trash. Also, do you hear my man is on point with the community? Stop being fucking nice about it. The NWO is here on some fucking Four Horsemen shit. The black ass Four Horsemen. Myself, my one black friend, my motherfucking tag team partner, Big Thing, Flying Wayne, and now motherfucking Gin and Truth. Can you name a better fucking Four Horsemen of the Atheist Apocalypse? I mean, come on now. Stop being so nice about it. These fuck faces are running around pretending there's a curse on the goddamn earth. I'm tired of that shit. Damn, y'all. We are going to tear some shit up in this collabo with fucking Uncle Bobby. Now, let's catch this Roger Stone clip, and then we're gonna get back into what we gotta do.
Run back to the judge like a little. If you want to keep insulting me, this will be over. You can run back to the judge like a little.
Better do it quick.
Before you're disbarred.
Stop. Mr. Klain. No further questions. This deposition is concluded for now, subject to my going back and moving the court to produce all the documents that we requested.
Subject to your still being admitted to the bar. Please note that for the record.
Too sweet. I don't know. Too sweet me, bro. Too sweet me. Fuck out of here.
You have nothing. This proves nothing.
That's what you told Mueller, right? You have nothing. That's what your clients argued at the trial.
I'm not going to discuss the criminal
case. I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you want to keep insulting, this will be over. You know, you can talk to my fucking lawyer, motherfucker.
If you want to keep insulting me, I will just end this and go running back to the judge.
Did you just call me
You're acting like one.
You're acting like one.
What is according to you?
What's the point of that?
I'm entitled to know what you meant by
like a
Come on.
What is it?
You don't know?
Stop.
You're unfamiliar with the term?
You're going to wind up getting sanctioned, Mr. Michel.
No, you're going to wind up getting sanctioned,
This
like you are in D.C. So let's go.
Let's not do that.
Why not?
Continue.
Not going to be badgered by the
Badgered?
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. You got nothing. You're not going to get anything by interviewing them because it's not true.
If you withheld it, can I?
I haven't withheld it. You have proof I withheld it, do that. But you don't have to do that either.
No, we'll look for it.
You can look for it all you want. You'll find nothing. I doubt this case will get very far because it's a conspiracy theory based on no evidence.
Conspiracies happen, don't they, Mr. Stone?
They do, but in this case, it's a fantasy
Can you
on
ask
your
a
part.
question that's relevant
You're delusional.
to your
You're
lawsuit?
deeply delusional.
Are you saying I'm mentally unstable?
That's not what I said. I said you're delusional.
This guy.
Stop. Ask a question a lawyer would ask, please.
I am a lawyer.
You could fool me. How come you can't practice in the Southern District? Why won't they let you practice there if you're Mr. Ethical?
I can practice in Southern District.
Only if you attach the judge's order.
I have a case right now.
Stop.
In fact, you're aware that I have a case right now.
I'm not aware that you have a case in that, but I doubt it.
You also released that story to Al Kamen of the Washington Post.
Absolutely, completely false. You have no evidence of that. It's defamatory.
Oh, he's a doomsday Christian.
Stop
No
defaming
surprise.
me. You know that I have a following among conservatives. Stop defaming me, Mr. Clayton. Absolutely, completely false. You have no evidence of that. False. Completely false. Categorically false. Completely and totally false. That is entirely false. False, incorrect, false. That is
Sam
incorrect.
is like heaving.
I've never said anything of the kind.
I think he like ate too fast. Slow the fuck down, Sam. The bowl's not going any
That's
goddamn
false.
where.
To be clear. Do you have any evidence of that? You have no evidence to the contrary. There was no evidence of that. Do you have any proof? Evidence? Real evidence? Not just wild conjecture. Evidence. And you have no evidence of it. No evidence. There is no evidence of that because it's not true. Proof. Evidence.
Proof.
Evidence.
Proof. Proof.
Evidence. Proof. Evidence.
Who talked?
I don't recall.
Evidence.
You don't
Proof.
recall?
Evidence.
No, I don't.
You're lying, aren't you, Mr. Stone?
No, you're lying, aren't you,
You're a
Mr.
convicted
Clayton?
liar, aren't you?
Stop.
And you're about to be ousted from the bar.
Stop. Let's take a break. Good time for a break.
Have fun molesting your own children, Larry? I read the court decision.
Holy shit.
You read that, huh?
Yeah, I did.
You didn't read anything else.
You.
We off the record. Yes.
Roger Stone did nothing wrong. Roger Stone did nothing wrong.
Holy shit. All right, y'all, let's get through this shit and we got to keep moving. Sorry about that. Fucking groceries take forever. Fucking COVID protocol and shit. All right. Now, all right, y'all. We're talking about how we can, how a state of affairs, can be, we can get information about that through the use of evidence in support of hypothesis H. All right, cool. Thus, to say that we confirm or gain support for hypothesized structures in the world, say, and unobservable by some evidential data, say, an observation is to say that the evidence provides us with information about the structure. I have argued elsewhere that the confirmation relation, that is the relevance relation by virtue of which E is evidence of H, should be explicated in terms of ontic causal relations. The evidential inference we may make are those that are licensed by the causal relations. Okay, this way we left off. This way of looking at evidential relevance helps make clear what is going on when scientists try to answer questions and test hypotheses using models. It also helps to show why simulations as well as instantiations can be of evidential value, right? Because they both can do this. Instantiation can, fit this evidential relation requirement, and so can a simulation. Evidential inferences drawn from simulations are analogical. Like all analogical arguments, Their warrant depends upon the degree of similarity to which they are modeling. The researcher must always carefully make a case for how a simulation S is similar to R with regard to property P that is of interest to the degree that a simulation is sufficiently similar to R. How similar to R, one may obtain useful information that helps one confirm hypotheses about R. However, in general, evidential inferences made from simulations are weaker than those drawn from instances because in the latter case, the causal relationships of interest are directly realized. Much more could be said about the evidence relation as it relates to these different kinds of models, but this is enough for our purposes in this paper, so we can now return to our case study. All right, I'm going to let Sam out, and because he just finished eating, actually, and I'll be right back, and we'll finish this up. All right, guys, thanks so much. Appreciate you. I will leave you with, of course, our dear Uncle Bobby. Where did I close this out? Let me see. Maybe I did. Let's go. No problem. Let's go. Oh, here we go.
You will be irrelevant. You will be irrelevant. So we highly recommend you change. Yes, gender is fluid. Yes, guys can fall in love with guys. Girls can fall in love with girls. Please continue to read your Bible. We're only a couple generations away from us not having to have this fucking conversation. Change or get left behind. Roll the tape.
He mentions the idea of social awakening and growth. In a word, he's saying, well, we want progress. But what is progress? Well, in their minds, with this new sexual revolution, the LGBTQI agenda that's being pushed, this is progressing to something bigger and better. But in reality, as we see in our culture, we're abandoning biblical norms. We're abandoning biblical truth. As we abandon biblical truth, what are we progressing towards? Well, we're progressing towards death, brokenness, hardship, broken relationships, broken people, mutilated people, as we try to transition, which you cannot physically.
Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. Again, this is exactly what you sound like as my voice just cracked. This is exactly what you sound like when you talk when you should be listening. It's like that fuckface from yesterday. Atheism is okay with rape and murder. Where does that say that in atheism? Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't. This sexual revolution of the LGBTQIA community is going to lead to death and destruction and mutilation and wars and the apocalypse. Who says that? Other than Christians, who says that? Christians, you are ringing a fire alarm for a 99 alarm fire that currently does not exist. And by currently, I mean it will never exist. Do you want to know what's going to happen, Christians, when there's full acceptance of our LGBTQ plus family members? Two things. One, the world will be better. It will be better. Two, you'll be left behind. You'll be left behind. You know what you're going to be like? You're going to be like that one uncle that just won't fucking change. And you take your significant other back to the homeland for their first holidays with your fam, and you'll be like, look, okay, look, my uncle fought in the Vietnam War. He's all kinds of fucked up. He's not going to change, so I'm just really sorry. It's only once a year. It's only once a year. And you get there, and it's like, hey, this is Molly. You're like, no, those fucking goofs, no, the fucking run. And you're just like, oh, Jesus H. Christ, I am so sorry. Look, I'll make it up when we get back to Austin. I'm so sorry. That's what you Christians are going to be like. And we're just going to be like, look, it's the information age, right? Everyone's got iPads, iPhones, laptops, and the fuck nots, and the shut the fuck up, right? It's going to get to a point, Christian, where we're just going to leave you behind because we're getting tired of this bullshit. Homosexuality is going to lead to death and destruction. And it's like, according to who? Right? Not our LGBTQ plus family members, not according to their allies. I hope I'm alive long enough to see you fucks get left behind. And go ahead, since I called you fucks, please, Christian persecution, oh, it's terrible, it's horrible, no one has it harder than us. Roll it. We're not making it through. We are not making it through. Roll the tape.
Do in reality, you lead to brokenness and death as you reject God and His truth. And so they are progressing, just not to where they think they're going. They think it's onward and upward. It's actually towards death and brokenness and the lack of human flourishing that we have only found in God's word and His truth and His norm. And then he says this, that this constant social awakening growth, that's what makes us good. My question is, says who? Good according to who? The Bible says that God alone is good. And again, if there is no absolute objective truth,
Stop. Shut the fuck up. Good according to who? I'll tell you, Robert motherfucking Reed. There. That's who. And I know. Why should I follow you, Robert? I already told you. You don't have to. But if you're going to sit here and say words like faggot and tranny and the blase and the glavinoids, then you're going to be like, Robert, can I come over to your house? I'm like, if you step foot on my property, ... No, absolutely not. Robert, can we be friends? No, we can't. No. And here's the thing. When I say Robert, I mean everyone who thinks like Robert. Again, Christians, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You, your word games, and all that bullshit, we can't change it. You're going to keep doing it. But your numbers are going to decrease. They are. Roll this fucked up ass. Look at his smug ass. And here's the thing, gang. I am at least a decade older than he is. I should sound like him and he should like, okay, boomer, okay. I can't believe I used to be a Christian. Gang, I need a refill. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
There is no absolute authority, then goodness is defined arbitrarily from one person to another. And so how can you define good being absolute if I have a different view of good? It's just our opinions. And how are you to be so judgmental to say my opinion is not right and yours is? And so it's utterly arbitrary. But then we know biblically that God is the origin and definition of what is actually good. And anything not in line with God, His truth, His word, His reality is not good, no matter how passionate you might be about it.
And when that happens, there's always going to be people who are afraid and unaware and trying to hold on to what was before. But those people die off like dinosaurs. And so, I think the goal is to pay them no mind, march forward, and embrace the growth that makes us human.
He says that those who disagree, they're either afraid or unaware. And that's really a famous little debate gimmick. It's really a logical fallacy called a straw man fallacy. That's where you create a straw man version of your opponent and their arguments, and you defeat the straw man and say that you won, right? And that's what's happening here, because Christians rooted in God's word are neither afraid nor unaware. We're confident in God's word, and we are aware of His truth, and how if you want to see human flourishing, you abide by His truth and His norms revealed in His word, because He...
Rewind.
Dinosaurs. And so...
Close the tape, gang. I'm older than Cap. I'm uglier than Cap. This sexy, happy motherfucker. I'm just this drunk fuck face in the fucking void, right? This fucker's got me beat on the sexiness scale by at least a country fucking mile, but me and Cap just said the exact same thing. So maybe I need to tack on like maybe 1 or 2 sexy points that gets me like one step past tragically deformed and shit. Maybe I can be on my way to this sexy motherfucker. Hold on. I think I heard him say it. Roll the tape.
And, when that happens, there's always going to be people who are afraid and unaware and trying to hold on to what was before. But those people die off like dinosaurs. And so...
Gang. Wait, who's sexier? Who's the sexier superhero, gang? Chris Hemsworth as Thor? Or fucking Chris Evans as Captain America? Cast your votes now. Hit me in the comment section. Gang, me and this sexy motherfucker just said the exact same thing. Maybe now I'm like 4 steps past tragically deformed now. He's absolutely right. Just like that one uncle You know, there's like, okay, you bring home a black girl or a black dude for the very first time. You know, your fucking clans member, fucking family member, right? It's like, look, I'm sorry. Their views have nothing to do. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And then when you get back to your joint, you know, you bring your black partner and you hear words like colored. Gang! Holy shit. Where's a picture of my old man? The grumpiest fucker on the goddamn... Hold on, gang. Yeah, picture. Just ready for a fucking story. Hold on. Ah. Now, gang. Oh, easy, buddy. Easy. Ah, come on, Dad. Shit. Ah. My dad. Podcast just act like you can see my grumpy ass dad. Can y'all see that? Okay, so that beautiful ass woman, of course, that's my mom, and that fucker's my dad. Gang, I joke, you cannot intimidate. My dad's life is fucking terrible, right? Not just because he watched his wife die in front of his face. I'd probably say the first 2.5 decades of my life, if the average person had my dad's first 25 years of their life, let's just say they wouldn't be alive to tell the story. If anyone had a reason to, his life was fucking terrible. My dad's written the best book of any human on the fucking planet. It's not up for fucking debate. You guys remember what this sexy motherfucker said, but it just made me think about, oh yeah, so you cannot intimidate him. Because I was telling you all about, if you're a white person, you bring your black significant other home to that one racist. Okay, so my dad was a principal. And I told you, he had a reputation of cleaning up the worst high schools. So much, in fact, other high schools would ask Mr. Reed to come over and kind of teach his method, right? There were 2 types of students at whatever high school my dad was the principal at. The first kind, you loved Mr. Reed. He probably saved your life. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. If you wanted to work to make your life better, my dad would meet you halfway. With anything. Abuse at home, you got no money for lunch. My dad found a way. If you want to be better, I will make, again, that, bam. Or, you hate it, Mr. Reed. Like, as in, we're going to put a hit out on this motherfucker. And I'm dead serious, gang. There was no in between. No in between. So, gang, there was a little girl, a white girl. She was on the I Love Mr. Reed tip. And she was getting married right out of, again, she was just so enthusiastic because one, she was going to tie the knot. And 2, like, Mr. Reed, I got nothing. But you literally saved me. I want you to watch me get married. You know what my dad said? Baby girl, time and day. Time and motherfucker. I'm trying not to cry. I told you, my dad's my fucking hero. Time and day. She came back like 3 days later because she was just so enthusiastic, right? And it's like, Mr. Reed, I'm sorry. I think I need a, you know.
All right, gang. I love y'all, appreciate y'all. Did this fuckface have a fucking treat? You know? Hey! And then sit your monkey ass over there until I gotta take your monkey ass out again. All right, now let's get back to business because we've got to finish strong, gang. Because y'all niggas got homework and shit. Homework and shit. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so more could be said about the evidence relations that relates to these kinds of models, but this is enough for purposes of our paper. Let's return to our case study. Darwinian engineering. Very important subject to me, actually. In evolutionary methods of design, engineers construct a computer model that can represent the problem space. Think about my example of sim racing, guys. In evolutionary methods of design, engineers construct a computer model that can represent the problem space, that is wing shapes. Think cars, tracks, surfaces, weather conditions, tire wear, etc., and randomly mutate this to produce a large population of variants. They then allow a selection function to automatically weed out all but the most fit. So in this case, you'd be talking about things that are operational. Anyway, the system keeps those variants that accomplish the set task somewhat better than others. Then it takes these winners, replicates them with new random mutations, and weeds them again, repeating this generation after generation. Right? This is critical to thinking about Avida. One can also make the process more sophisticated by allowing variants to arise through random recombination, for example, by randomly, quote, mating winners, right? You can make it sexual. Let me mention here just one example of a solution that was evolved using this sort of method. At Stanford University, evolution of airplane wings and a computer came up with a novel shape. Imagine taking the wings of a plane and folding them up 2/3 of the way along their length so they point straight up, then folding half or more of that length again so the tip point back horizontally towards the fuselage. There are several possible useful features of this design. For instance, a plane built with such wings would not need a tail. Moreover, its shorter wingspan would allow it to have a larger body that would carry 50% more passengers than a Boeing 747 while still meeting airport and manufacturing size constraints. I give a more detailed explanation of Darwinian engineering in the 1999 Pennock paper. In the light of our previous discussion, we may now observe that while such systems only simulate wings and flying, they are not mere simulations of Darwinian evolution, but are real instances of it. Although they differ in some of their particulars, they nevertheless instantiate the key elements of the Darwinian mechanism, given that one is asking certain kinds of questions, specifically ones about general evolutionary principles, the variation, reproduction, natural selection, and so on that produce Evo technology are, as Daniel Dennett put, substrate neutral. Let me now discuss this idea in greater detail in connection with two innovative A-Life systems, Tierra and Avida. You can also think of MABE, the system that I work on with Cliff as spitting into this space, which are based on evolutionary computation. Apartment below is having domestic issues. Sorry to hear that. I can't interfere because I'm going to make things messy, calling cops. Yeah, man. It sucks. It sucks. It does, man. Sorry to hear that, Wayne. All right, here we go. Artificial life. The A-Life environment, Tierra, was developed by ecologist Tom Ray to investigate the feasibility of an auto-adaptive genetic system. Starting with a hand-coded organism whose program could mutate during replication, Ray observed the evolution of a small ecology of digital organisms, including parasites and hyperparasites. Inspired by Tierra's success, Avida is a second-generation system developed by Adami, Brown, and Ofria, with greater flexibility to better serve as a platform for controlled experimentation on the artificial life forms that inhabit its environment. Both Tierra and Avida operate at a higher level of abstraction than the evolutionary engineering applications we have discussed so far. Simply put, in the virtual environment of computer memory, populations of digital organisms compete with each other for space and CPU time, which functions as their, quote, energy. The systems are said to have a virtual chemistry, which is just their particular small set of component instructions. Avida has a basic set of about 24 instructions, depending on the version, which are computationally Turing complete. An individual program is simply a string of these instructions of no fixed length. Unlike some A-life systems where the goal may be to explicitly model, for example, fish or insects, the quote organisms in Tierra and Avida are simply the computer programs themselves, and nothing is done to make them represent particular biological species. However, the instruction set does allow them to exhibit a key property of biological beings, namely the ability to self-replicate. In both Tierra and Avida, an original self-replicating ancestor program is hand-coded and seeded in the environment, but thereafter it and its descendants are left to replicate and evolve on their own. Hang on one sec. All right. Here we go. Evolution can happen to the digital organisms because errors are periodically allowed to occur. Random mutations, including substitutions, insertions, and deletions of instructions, may occur at any point in the string. If the variants that arise are still able to self-replicate, those changes will be inherited by their, quote, offspring. Natural selection can occur in various ways, such as by having a, quote, reaper automatically delete programs whose performance is poorer than others relative to some measure of fitness, such as efficiency of replication. Avida enriches possible fitness functions by including a single logical operator, NAND, which stands for not and, in its instruction set, but then allows programs that acquire the ability to perform other more complex logical operations to be rewarded. Turned loose in their computational environments over time, these digital organisms evolve novel configurations and behaviors. Of course, several of these elements are clearly simulated rather than actual, and we sometimes note that by putting terms in quotation marks. For example, we can speak of digital organisms as having a quote-unquote metabolism, and that they may need to process numbers logically to acquire additional energy, quote, energy. But these concepts are not instantiated in the model in the way that they are in real life, but are represented by means of analogous processes. The, quote, energy that these digital organisms use is actually central processing unit cycles, that is processing time to execute instructions, which is divided up by a time slicing mechanism so that the organisms can operate essentially in parallel. This functions as a good analog, but we would not want to say that they are instances of real energy uptake by biological metabolism. In other words, we do not say that in the Avida you have actual metabolism or actual energy. We perfectly are fine saying, yes, when we speak of their metabolism and their energy and all of that stuff, we're referring to something that is in fact simulated, but that is not the case when we speak of the evolutionary mechanisms themselves. Here we go. Some concepts could be thought of as simulations or as actualizations, depending upon what one takes to be the character of what is being modeled. For instance, if one focuses on the physical components of biological organisms and takes the term organism to refer essentially to their organic chemistry, one should speak of digital, quote, organisms as simulations because they are not composed of the relevant biomolecules. However, if one thinks instead of biological organisms at a slightly higher degree of abstraction, and focuses upon their characteristic functional organization, as is reasonable given that we consider it possible that we might one day discover biological organisms on other planets that have a different chemistry to those on Earth, then one can drop the quotation marks because digital organisms can be seen to be instances of the same sort of organized functional complexity. Returning to our original question, look now what is going on with respect to the basic Darwinian processes. Recall that these are variation, inheritance, and natural selection. Time is usually taken for granted, but it is worth mentioning explicitly here. I will discuss these briefly in turn. Variation. The digital organisms are simulating the variation of organic organisms. We do not see varieties of fur, feathers, skin, and scales, or even varieties of proteins or biomolecules. However, they are not simulating variation itself. They exhibit real differences. For instance, in an evolving population of Tierras or Avidians, one may observe phenotypic variants such as differential lengths of time per generation or differential ability to process or, quote, metabolize resources. An evolutionary run in Avida typically begins with an organism that can perform no metabolic task, but as the run proceeds, one soon sees the evolution of organisms that can perform various tasks. One can also observe the genotypic variation that underlies these phenotypic differences and see how random mutations produce changes in the genetic material. As noted, genotypic variation may arise from point mutations, insertions, deletions, and in sexual populations, recombination. Inheritance. Although digital organisms do not reproduce using the types of biochemical processes that organic beings use, they do actually reproduce themselves. Likewise, the resulting inheritance of characters from one generation to the next is no simulation. These characters are truly passed on. In the digital environment of a computer core, reproduction is essentially a process of copying into a new memory location. For a digital organism to successfully self-replicate, it must measure itself, allocate an appropriate space in memory, and copy its genome instruction by instruction, including the sequence of instructions that govern this whole process. Inheritance of genotypic and thus phenotypic characteristics occurs to the degree that the copying process is faithful. Of course, because random mutations in the instructions may occur during the replication process, inheritance is imperfect as it is in natural systems. Indeed, it often happens that mutations will change instructions that were used in the replication process and so result in an organism that is not viable. However, occasionally, mutations occur that improve the efficiency of reproduction, and then this improvement can be inherited by subsequent generations. Natural selection. Similarly, one may observe the same struggle to survive as is seen in biological organisms. This is an actual competition and no mere mimic of natural selection. As noted above, variants can arise that can perform tasks that their rivals cannot, or ones that perform the same task but more efficiently than another. Other things being equal, a mutational variant that happens to replicate faster will outcompete others in the population and so will tend to predominate in subsequent generations. In Avida, an organism that evolves the capacity to perform tasks that give it additional processing time will similarly be naturally selected over less fit organisms in the population. Some might say that we should put quote, survive in quotation marks above, arguing that the notion of survival is essentially tied to the concepts of life and death, but that digital organisms cannot survive if they can neither live nor die in the biological sense. Again, I am bracketing the question of whether and which digital organisms might be said to be alive in a biological sense. Researchers who argue the strong A-life position would say that there are already digital organisms that qualify as being alive, but even without taking a stand on that question, it is reasonable to decouple the notion of survival from its connection to a literal notion of life and death, and use the term in its more abstract sense as we do in speaking of ideas that have survived the test of time. We commonly use the term in a biological sense to speak of traits that survive in a population, even when the specific traits one is referring to are not themselves alive. In this sense of the term, digital organisms and their characteristics may be said to differentially survive and reproduce as they are more or less adapted to their environment. However, as seen above, whether or not we use this way of expressing the idea, it is clear that natural selection can be perfectly instantiated in A-life systems. Again, this is not a simulation. Time. In the real world, organisms compete against one another and are naturally selected in real time. What about time in a computer? This is an interesting technical and conceptual question, but the details do not concern us here. In a serial computer, of course, processing occurs sequentially, and so an A-life environment must be set up with the time slicing process so that organisms may advance in parallel. One might argue that for this reason, strictly speaking, time in its general sense is not only simulated, but not actualized. But again, one must look carefully at the pragmatics of a question to differentiate simulation from an actualization. For certain kinds of questions, it would indeed be important to recognize this internal time as a simulation of real time. But our interest here is the question of whether A-life systems instantiate the Darwinian mechanism. The relevant sense of time for an evolutionary system is not the passage of clock time per se, but rather the passage of generational time, the iterated process of variation, selection, and reproduction in parallel, and this is properly realized in both Tierra and Avida. Again, it doesn't matter that the evolutionary process takes X amount of years or decades. It's that you are observing the process over generations, preferably many generations, which is the benefit of, a system like MABE, the one Cliff and I use, because it's so fast, right, that we get to go through many generations very, very quickly. Appreciate y'all chat. Appreciate the comments. The current version of Avida Ed does not do sexual recombination, but the current version of Avida can do sexual recombination. It's just an option that's not used by default. So you don't see a lot of research that uses it. But Cliff, who you guys see me work with, Cliff did some sexual selection research using Avida. And MABE is, we have sexual reproduction in MABE as well. Easy to switch. Actually, in our system, we can just define the number of parents. So we can just say an organism that has one parent is asexual, and an organism that is sexual has at least two parents, right? Most of our systems, we pick two parents, but we could pick 8 if we wanted to, and then mix the 8, together. Don't know quite yet why we do that, but we certainly have the ability to do so. Yeah, tremendous question. Is the Golgi apparatus due to endosymbiosis? I don't know. I'm a digital evolutionary biologist, so I do this work with systems like Avida. I don't work on stuff like the Golgi apparatus and its unique evolutionary history. Although I'm, you know probably more than the fact that you asked probably means you know as much or more than I do about that. All right, so thus, in the relevant Darwinian sense, in studying the descent with modification of A-life in Tierra and Avida, scientists are observing evolution itself. Some interesting differences remain between these A-life worlds and the natural biological systems. For example, at least in the current versions of Tierra and Avida, the digital organisms are what we might call, quote, bare genomes. Their genetic instructions interact directly with the environment and each other without being clothed in a distinct body. Again, this is different in MABE. We can actually model proper dualism. We can also model sort of isolation between a genome, a body, and a brain. in some of our systems, and y'all know parasites and all this other type of stuff. Although this models something rather like the situation of what origin of life researchers hypothesized may have been a primitive RNA world. There's your origin of life tie-in. It omits an important feature of biological organisms. We should not expect the systems to exhibit those kinds of complex properties that arise from the causal relationships between a genome and the body that carries it. Remember, however, that Tierra and Avida nevertheless both do model the distinction between genotype and phenotype, with natural selection acting by virtue of the latter rather than directly on the former. In other words, natural selection acts on phenotypes, not genotypes. In Avida, for instance, differential selection can depend upon the phenotypic property of what or how many logical operations a digital organism performs. The omission could easily be remedied if, for example, the programs were embedded in the appropriate way in a physical or virtual robots, exactly. More speculatively, we might be able to find a sense in which Avida's evolved logical and or other operations could be said to function as a kind of virtual body. I will not pursue such interesting questions here, but simply call attention to the fruitfulness of thinking along such lines about the possible boundaries between a simulation and what is simulated. In such investigations, scientists may test the utility and scope of proposed theoretical concepts and principles. All right, objections considered. This is something I think is a really critical section too, because you will hear the voice of, let's just say, certain people, certain names we all know, in their objections in this section. So here we go, objections considered. There are several objections one might make to the conclusion that in studying Evo technology and the A-life in Tierra and Avida, biologists are observing evolution itself. Here, I just have space to briefly dismiss one naive objection and deal in rather more detail with the second. One objection, which is regularly made by anti-evolutionists who argue that only intelligent design can produce novel, complex adaptations, is that A-life and similar systems are not truly Darwinian systems because they are made by programmers who are intelligent agents, and that whatever complex features supposedly evolved were already put there by their intelligent action. This kind of objection exhibits basic misunderstandings of how such systems work. I have shown elsewhere how the novel results that evolutionary systems can produce are not in any relevant way, quote, designed in by the programmers. And so I will not repeat the explanation here. A second, and I will briefly, it's that for the most part, the organism that is hard-coded can simply reproduce itself, but the rest of its genome is essentially not functional. It's filled with what we often call blank tape, which is no operation instructions that don't do anything, or zeros or A's, whatever the default state of a genome that essentially corresponds to do nothing, is nothing, or whatever, it's just a blank genome. And then from there, everything sort of evolves de novo during the experiment. So in no meaningful way is any of the function that you see evolved throughout the experiment in any way programmed by the people who make the program or made the experiment. It's just not how it works. Just flat out, flat out, not how any of this works. A second objection is that neither Evo technology nor A-life qualifies as evolution because evolution is organic, while they are not. Genetic evolution depends on DNA and RNA, and if we sometimes speak of non-biological systems as evolving, that can only be in a loose metaphorical sense. Thus, these systems are simulations, not instances of evolution. Oh, more of these fuckfaces we deal with out here. I want to argue that this is the wrong way to think about the situation. The objection betrays an unwarranted prejudice in favor of the organic in the traditional sense of that term. While it is true that evolution of carbon-based organism is the prototype of the concept, the historical fact is not a sufficient reason to limit its scope. Why be carbon-centric? It is the patterns of causal interactions that are relevant, not the particular material substrate. It does not make sense to tie evolution to a carbon substrate in the same way that it would not make sense to think that wings must be composed of bones, flesh, and feathers. For our aeronautical interest, it is primarily the shape that counts in making something an instance of a wing, and with the advancement of technology, we properly recognized as wings those constructed of balsa wood, plastic, aluminum, and so on. Similarly, the material substrate of the Darwinian processes should be irrelevant to whether we recognize something as an instance of Darwin's evolutionary mechanism. Irrelevant, y'all. We may also give some historical reasons to question the premise of the objection. While we now know that DNA and RNA are the substrate for genetic evolution, Darwin, of course, did not. His account of the mechanism of descent with modification was described by necessity at a higher level of generality. Darwin was dealing just with organic beings in the traditional sense, but the causal processes he identified as the driving forces of evolution made no essential reference to that. He spoke of organisms that randomly varied, of inheritance, and of a struggle for existence that led to natural selection, but nothing about those processes requires that the organisms be organic. Even in the modern synthesis, when Darwinism was connected to Mendelism, there was no explicit mention of what the genetic material was. That knowledge would not be discovered until years later. Mendelian genetics spoke only of an abstract notion of genes that obeyed generic laws of segregation and assortment. If in a nearby possible world it had turned out that Watson and Crick discovered that genetic information was coded in a sulfur or copper-based molecule rather than in DNA, that would not have affected the Darwinian account in the least. All right. Just catching up with the chat. Fantastic comments. Really, really appreciate y'all. All right. Evidence from A-Life. Thank you, Stupid Horror Energy and Iron Charioteer, especially for the recent comments. He did reproducible experiments with pea plants. All right, evidence from A-Life. We are now in a position to see how an evolving A-Life environment like Avida can be of value as an experimental system for answering certain sorts of biological questions and for testing evolutionary hypotheses. I will briefly describe two different studies, one dealing with the evolution of complex traits and the other with the evolution of altruism. In The Origin of Species, Darwin not only presented the positive evidence for descent with modification, but also tackled what appeared to be the most significant objection to the theory. Among these was the problem of the origin of new features, especially those that he called, quote, organs of extreme perfection and complication. The key issue was the complexity of these organs. How could complex traits such as the mammalian eye arise? Darwin's answer to this problem had three main components. He granted that it was unlikely for such complex structures to appear all at once and argued that they must evolve gradually through a series of intermediate stages. Secondly, he proposed that these intermediates would themselves be selectively advantageous, but not necessarily in the same way. Functions would probably convert from one to another. Thirdly, he argued that a generic complex feature, such as the eye, could evolve via many alternative pathways. Of course, the imperfections of the fossil record made it unlikely that one would be able to reconstruct the evolution of a particular complex feature, nor are direct demonstrations in natural systems possible because the processes are too slow relative to the lifetime of a scientist. Thus, Darwin and scientists afterwards had to provide indirect evidence by taking comparative data from various species of the same group And although there was ample evidence of this sort, the ideal would have, in addition, an experimental test. The ideal would be to have, in addition, an experimental test that looked directly at lineal ancestors. A-life models made such a test possible. In other words, Darwin cannot actually perform experimental tests of his mechanism, and ideally, he would have had a system just like these artificial life systems to do so. I made a joke at Rich Lenski's 60th birthday celebration that, one of the exciting things about working in the Lenski lab is that whether you're working on the long-term E. coli experiment or, the digital evolution work like I do, I said, you really feel like you're communing with Darwin, and that he would be so excited about the research going on in our lab. He'd be writing about it all the time. He'd be going on about it all the time. And he would kind of be a nuisance to us. So the joke was that Darwin would be so interested in the work we have going on in the Lenski lab that he'd be kind of annoying, be kind of like, oh, fuck, I heard, Darwin's going to be on campus today. Like, oh, God, I really hope he doesn't come up to the lab. Like, I really don't want to talk to this Darwin guy. Like, all he wants to do is take us out to lunch and talk about our research all the time. And, if I go out to eat with this Darwin dude, I'll never get any work done, right? And so, there was kind of a hearty professional chuckle about it because there was just such a Lenski et al. Exactly. There was just such a ringing of truth to it, right? That that our work, it really is that exciting to people who get this, and that if Darwin, the Lenski experiment has actually been called Darwin's missing evidence, like literally because of that, right? And so we kind of mean that. Like if he could do evolution experiments today, motherfucking Darwin, please believe, I think would be an experimental evolutionary biologist. Sure, he'd be excited about fossils and geology and collecting butterflies and, genetics and, proteomics or, all of those sort of things that we're sort of doing, analyzing protein structures and all of this type of shit. But I really believe he would be trying to find a way to take his sort of mechanistic theory that we teach in this class called Darwin's Law and really, really find the most powerful, efficient, and sort of radical ways to test it. And I think there's a really good chance he'd either be doing experimental evolution or all up in the business of the people who are. So here we go. To directly test Darwin's proposed solution to the objection to complex features, we set up a controlled experiment in which one set of populations evolved in an environment that rewarded only one very complex function, in particular the logical operand equals, and another set evolved in an environment that also rewarded simpler functions. In the latter conditions, we observed populations that did evolve the equals trait. With the Avida, however, there was no problem of an incomplete fossil record. We could keep a complete trace of how the trait evolved along a line of descent, seeing how natural selection acted upon random mutations in the genomes of organisms in the population. We observed all the patterns that Darwin had predicted, confirming his explanations in a more fine-grained manner than had previously been possible. More than that, we also discovered an additional significant pattern. The sequence of steps that resulted in the trait did not necessarily improve an organism's fitness at each step. In some cases, mutational steps were temporarily deleterious, but wound up fortuitously setting up a subsequent beneficial step. Thus, the digital experiment was not only able to test Darwin's hypothesis directly, but also allowed a novel discovery. essentially why people like me are constantly telling people you can go fuck yourself, because we know that our system not only is great at testing evolutionary theories, but it's often quite reliable at finding things that no one's been able to observe in a biological system. So we don't really go to sleep at night envying our colleagues who work in wet labs. The A-Life model allowed this kind of experimental, allowed this kind of experimental test because it exactly instantiated the elements of the Darwinian mechanism. Nothing in Darwin's explanations made any reference to any particular chemical substrate. The relevant explanatory level involved generalized notions of functions arising by means of the general cause and effect process of Darwin's law of evolution by natural selection. In the same way, we are now able to use Avida to test hypotheses about the evolution of altruistic behavior. As mentioned above, altruism was taken to be a puzzle for evolutionary theory. How could what seems to be an inherently, quote, selfish genetic process produce selfless behavior? William Hamilton provided the basis for a solution to this puzzle in his theory of inclusive fitness, which showed how natural selection can favor an altruist gene when the cost C to the altruist is less than the benefit B conferred to the recipient multiplied by the degree of relatedness R between the individuals. Hamilton's notion is now commonly referred to as kin selection, and it is easiest to understand in this kind of context how altruistic behavior towards kin who are likely to share one's altruist gene can indirectly cause the gene to be selectively favored, even though it is passed on through a relative rather than directly by oneself. Extensions of this idea have posited that more accurate ways of determining the presence of the altruist gene, perhaps by means of a linked physical sign, for instance, a green beard, Dawkins, 1976, could theoretically outcompete kin-based altruism. To test these and our own ideas about the evolution of altruism, we added some special instructions to the basic Avida instruction set that would allow organisms to donate energy to others under different kinds of conditions, such as degree of kinship, degree of genetic similarity, the presence of a donated gene in a possible recipient, and so on. Again, the relevant level of generality of these concepts of inclusive fitness, kin selection, and so on makes no reference to any particular instantiation of the evolutionary mechanism. For instance, Hamilton's relatedness variable R is a theoretical concept that is as equally actualized in Avida as in natural biological systems. The specific implementation of the sensor by which an organism identifies which organisms are kin or relevantly similar in some other way is simply a simulation of the various processes that may be found in nature and is not meant to instantiate any particular sensory system. However, this sort of simulation is sufficient to license evidential inferences because it sufficiently captures the relevant functional property. As before, experiments with the Avida were able to both test and extend existing biological theory. Conclusions. In this paper, I've considered the nature of simulation models in general and the status of EVO technology in A-Life systems in particular. I began with the idea that simulation is a relational concept that, like other representational models in science, simulations are tools. I argued that the distinction between a simulation of R and an instance of R depends on upon what relevant causal relationships are present or absent, and that what counts as relevant depends upon what pragmatic values govern in a given context. For some phenomena, for some purposes, the distinction between virtual and real all but vanishes. For general questions about the power of the Darwinian mechanism, evolutionary computation systems are true experimental systems and should not be thought of simply as simulations. They are actual instances of the process of evolution and license evidential inferences of the same warrant as natural systems. This paper represents one element of a larger project that seeks to investigate the evolution of intelligent behavior as an alternative to traditional top-down AI approaches. And using evolutionary computation to model this, we must be clear about the ways in which evolution may be recognized as a general, abstract theoretical structure that is not limited to biology. What we have seen shows how we may make progress in that analysis and begin to determine just how far evolutionary processes extend beyond the organic. Future work must examine the viability of these basic concepts in greater detail and in another context, and extend the analysis to other related evolutionary concepts. This paper is part of a larger investigation of the nature of evidence and general issues about models and confirmation, such as what types of relations between model and modeled allow the former to serve as a base for inferences about the latter. In scientific context, whether theoretical or applied, our core interests do primarily involve such questions about what are warranted empirical inferences. For a model to serve as a basis for evidential inferences, it must adequately capture those features of the real system that are under investigation. Thus, how we classify features of the world and how we use evidence to confirm generalizations regarding them are closely interlinked. These ideas and their relationships will have to wait for further elaboration at a later time. All right. Thank y'all for rocking with me. That was Rob's paper. The paper's fucking dynamite. I literally have to cite it almost with everything I write. Our students have to read it every semester. Part of my job tomorrow when I get into exercise 1 of Avida Ed with my students will be to impress upon them how important that document is. All right. Speaking of which, I need to get exercise, the introduction exercise over to you guys with the Doc X so you can follow along with us. And I want you guys, here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to do the Avida Ed stuff with you guys. I'm going to let you guys come along with my class. I'm going to do that stuff in a classroom in our gather town. I want to work with you guys, but the way to let me know that you want to go along with this, eventually you're going to make your own research project, is to send me this Word document. It's the same thing my students have to do. So I need you guys to do this type of stuff because you have to be able to do these exercises to be able to work with Avida Ed. And so what I'm going to do is actually I need to set up a different spreadsheet for you guys. So I don't let me look at the introduction. I know I can't send you exercise 1. I think I can probably send you guys the exercises. Oh yeah, that's looking for something that isn't there. All right, Avida Ed exercises. All right, let me see the introduction, Darwin's Law. Yeah. Yes, start Avida Ed, watch the video tutorial, quick start, continue, navigation, blase-glavinoids, blase-glavinoids. Then you do the thing, then you observe the stuff, then you do the jammy, then you fill it out, and then there's no links. Yeah, this is good. We're good. Let me just put this in a separate folder real quick. Do a little file management here backstage. We will copy this. We'll go up. We'll call it, we'll make a new folder. We'll call it Darwin's Law on YouTube. Darwin's Law YouTube. And I'll put this document in there. Make a quick folder for your guys' work that's called assignments. And then we'll do a new folder called Introduction. So this is basically what I'm doing for my students. Like they had to send me a thing by class tomorrow. That is what I will use to give them their password into the door of our thing. They will learn very quickly that they need to have that done in time. All right, so let me give you guys a quick little. Let me drop it. Let me see if I can drop it over to Discord and then pull it up on this other machine. All right. Teaching. Darren's on YouTube. There we go. All right, here we go. Copy. And then put it in Discord. Pocket locker only. Perfect. Paste. Nope, not gonna work. All right, let's attach it. That'll be the way to do that then. Upload a file, there you go. Taking place, Avida Ed exercises. Sounds on YouTube, there's the introduction. Send it, perfect. Okay, and now I should have it over here. I'll pull up my Discord. It's not on screen. Don't switch devices. Pocket locker only. And there it is. All right, save. All right, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload this, guys, in our Discord. We have a channel that is called, let's see, where should I put it? I think I should put it under community. I guess. Not under suggestions or help and support. Oh, we have a Bundy Ranch channel. Nice. All right, let's make a new text channel. It's going to be called Darwin's Law. The text channel for sure. And we will add this document to it. There it is. That's on YouTube. Remember to change the name. All right, remember to save with your own name, e.g. Pocket Locker, Avida Ed, Avida Ed, introduction, E-Law, FA22. All right, cool. Does it still say the damn thing? Oh, introduction D-Law doc. Okay, introduction D-Law. Okay, that's it. D-Law doc. Next. All right, there. Remember to save with your own name. Boom. All right. Please complete this by next Tuesday. receive full access to lab materials. Boom. All right. Bam. All right. Now, let me show you guys what to do with that. As you take it, what you're going to do is you're going to save it. You're going to save it with your own name. So let's say, for the most part, hang on, you guys can't see my screen. Let me switch over. All right, so for the most part, some of you, I know your real names or whatever, you can tell me your real name, but a lot of you are going to use your screen name, so you would just do something like Pocket Locker 86, Pocket Locker 86, Avida Ed, Introduction, Darwin's Law, save. And then you would open it, and mine is going to open in LibreOffice. I recommend using LibreOffice. It's free. So if you don't have Microsoft Word, don't worry about it. All right, so now that it's saved with your name, you're just going to go through this, and you're going to answer some questions. Here's some questions you're going to think about as you go through this. You're just going to read. It's going to link you to some stuff. Here's an article you're going to read as part of it. Testing Darwin. This is a great article. It's not long. It's written by Carl Zimmer, the guy who wrote that incredible evolution textbook that I'm always recommending. Then start Avida Ed. This will take you to version 3. I'm going to link you guys to version 4. Watch the tutorial video and just follow along this exercise. And then you're going to get down here. You're going to answer a couple questions. I always ask my students to change the color, please. You might not remember. It's not a huge deal. But if you answer, hi, this is my answer, right? Go ahead and change the color of the ink to something like blue. Try not to do red. But what that does is when I'm looking over the exercise, it makes it easy to find your answers. But like I said, not a huge deal, but if you remember, I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, go ahead and fill this out. There's only a couple questions there. You answer these. It's really not going to take you that long. I would recommend setting aside probably 2 hours to doing it. Might be something you do while you're lurking during a stream one night, or knock out over the weekend. But give yourself a couple hours. That way you have plenty of time for the exercise. You also may want to set aside an hour or so to read these articles quickly. But definitely, look, if you're going to do this, you got to take it seriously. You're going to get in, you're going to get hands-on, you're going to get in the lab. Part of getting into the lab is what? You've got to read the lab manual. You got to do the early exercises so that you can learn the platform. Because when it comes to experiment time, you're going to have to know how to run Avida Ed experiments quite proficiently. My students will be able to do so. I'm going to end this by queuing up a quick video that I've been working on. It's the version of the introduction video that you can use. But the one that you'll be linked to in the document is just an earlier version of this. I'll show you the one that I did. And so follow along with this. This gives you an overview of how Avida Ed 4 works. The purpose of my video was to update the overview video for version 4. So if you use version 3, there'll be some slight differences. The main difference is that when it tells you to turn on a resource, just click unlimited. Limited resources are new. So for the most part, when you're doing the lab manual, it's always none if a resource is off, and unlimited if it's on. None or unlimited. Don't worry about it. We'll get into this. It's not a big deal when you start. All right, so let's watch this video quickly. This is just the latest version of it. It's a draft.
Hi, I'm Dr. J. Bundy. Welcome to the Avida Ed Studio. In this video, I'll introduce you to Avida Ed 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench.
Welcome to the overview tutorial for Avida Ed 4. Avida Ed is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida Ed, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the viewer chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The viewer chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewer modes. The population viewer, which is the default view when you open Avida Ed, contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. The organism button switches to the organism viewer, which allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. Guys, you're going to have to do this during the exercise. You're going to have to load in. You're going to have to go through these different viewers. You're going to have to go to the organism viewer. You're going to have to load in the default ancestor. You're going to have to observe it reproducing and make notes about its mutations. You're going to have to then take that organism, go to the population viewer, switch over to setup, make sure you set up your experiment correctly, and then run a population in addition, observe things about it. So make sure you're paying attention, and if you miss anything, there's the same video. The earlier version of the video is in the exercise that I posted in Discord, but it will be using an earlier version, so it won't look exactly the same, but it'll be plenty enough for you to find. It'll be fine to follow. Plenty enough for you to follow. You'll be good. It's Mike Weiser. You'll be in great hands. The analysis button switches to the analysis viewer, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables such as average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The configured dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse in later experiments. The organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in population viewer experiments or for examination with the organism viewer. What up, Sam? Got the cameo. The dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments using the population viewer or for examination with the analysis mode. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed. I totally agree with you, Stupid Heart Energy. Once you have a protocell, sky's the limit, unless, of course, the sky's where the protocell came from. Then the sky's the beginning and the limit. And data is collected and analyzed. When in the population viewer, the lab bench consists of the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels when in the stats mode. They display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per-site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed or run, the availability, amount, and pattern of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population viewer, go to Setup, drag an organism from the freezer to the ancestral organism box, then click Run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism viewer and drag the All Functions item from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench. The circular organism that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis viewer and drag the @example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down menu options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the navigation, freezer, and lab bench areas and some basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials with details about these are available at avidaed.msu.edu. All right, gang, and that is what it is. Shout outs to the National Science Foundation for sending over that money. Look, man, I appreciate everybody. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to walk y'all through these exercises. So I'm going to do them on stream with y'all, but I'm only doing them on stream one time. I hope everybody else can do them. You don't need me to do them with you. But the exercise is in our Discord under the Darwin's Law channel, which is under community. I'm also going to pop the link there for Avida Ed 4. I'm going to say, hang on, community, Darwin's Law, use this version of Avida Ed, although 3 will work fine. All right. So that's everything you actually need right there. Now, if you guys tune in tomorrow after we get into whatever we got to get into, I will go through the introduction exercise and show you how it goes. Only to help you guys get your feet wet. And then, you know, I'll do it like my classes where right now you guys you're just like 1 week, I think, behind them. But they have a break and we won't take one. So eventually it'll all work out in the wash. Also start thinking about who you know in this community that you might be excited to do an independent research project with. Your group should be 3 or 4 people. So start thinking of maybe 3 or 4 people that you maybe watch the stream at the same time as, or you wouldn't mind getting to know a little better in the community. Will help sync up your schedules. I am hoping that there will be at least a couple of groups that decide to take me up on this. I may actually reach out to some of you, you know. But yeah, I'm really hoping you guys will do this because it'll help me out a great deal in terms of figuring out how all this works. And I think in return, you guys will learn a great deal about evolution and the nature of science. Have a great fun time with your friends. I think the projects are always great, and sometimes they lead to original research. Actually, I'm working on a research project this semester with a student who was in my class last semester. He came up with a great idea, something we hadn't even thought of before. He got a really, really exciting result in Avida Ed. We're going to follow it up this semester with some runs in Avida. And hope to get it published. So you never know. We could get some research coming out of this. And also, I think you will have some new tools and the conversations and communications you have out here with people on the internet. because of course through this and in the book we'll be talking a lot about ideas that are problematic for science. When's the homework due? Next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Try to get it done for next Tuesday, because that's when I'll hope to stream next Tuesday in the classroom, and hopefully everybody's submitted to me their introduction. The idea is you submit the introduction thing to me. I return a password for the door to the classroom. And then, that gets you into the classroom when we set up to have class. So, super excited about that. So yeah, I'll be mentioning it throughout the week. Also, get your hands on Robert Pennock's Tower of Babel if you can. I guess with just a couple of days here, I don't want you guys to fall too far behind. So what I'll probably do is tomorrow I'll do the introduction to Avida Ed, knowing next week we'll do exercise 1. And then the day after, I'll probably read through chapter 1 of Darwin's, Tower of Babel. And I might even try to get us through that a little bit quicker, especially now that we're done with God Is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens. So all your books still coming. Great. So, all right. So then I'll try not to speed through it too fast. We'll make sure you get the book. Yep. Tower of Babel. This is a book authored by my teaching mentor, Rob Pennock, the guy whose paper we just read. We just finished reading one of his papers. This is his book, one of his books, Tower of Babel, The Evidence Against the New Creationism. So really awesome. Given that we teach, this class where that's the book, and I'm teaching with the guy who wrote it, and then, in this Counter-Apologetics community, just really great synergy. Really feel fortunate to have that opportunity. And so that's the book. Try to get your hands on it. And you bought it and it's delayed. Yeah, it's sometimes the shipping, depending on where you're ordering it from or how you get your hands on it. But yeah, we'll start and give you guys some time to get your hands on it, and we'll go through it, and I'll read it. So I'll just be reading it, and you guys can hopefully follow along. But thank you guys so much for purchasing it. I actually told Rob about the people that I was aware of that purchased it. He was super excited about that. So he's along for the journey with me in this community, and I think little things like that, I think, help encourage him to pay attention to what we've got going on. So thank you guys so much for actually purchasing the book. That was super exciting. And hopefully, be careful, because they sent Cameron the wrong fucking book. So watch out. Make sure you're getting the right Tower of Babel by Rob Pennock. All right, guys, I'm gonna end this stream here like that, so we can keep this nice and clean. And I'm going to end it, and then I got to send a couple of quick emails, and then I will just switch over and go live at the casino for our late night stream for a bit, and then we'll get ready for handling our business overnight. So thank you guys so much for this. It really means a great deal to me. We'll keep going. We're in the middle of the semester now, so we'll keep our Darwin's Law activity going. We'll keep it a little laxed. Since we're not streaming the class formally, we don't have to be quite as strict. But we definitely are going to keep going, and really excited to share this part of my life with you guys. So I will see you guys over at the casino, hopefully in a few minutes. We're going to have great fun relaxing over there. Need to unwind. And then I'm going to try to get to bed early so that I can sleep. So appreciate everybody. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Let's go to the casino. Poof.
Yeah, well. Too many cars, gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets, man, they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case. On a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in my yeah, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare proof, we was really there getting money. Is then what with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas won't catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. You seen that location, we coming, so we loud guard of your niggas. We say the 100 if you been on my block, when we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Joey crack is my dog and we get a bag. Champion style taking devil crash. And somehow I still go and I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that ain't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap and I ain't even had to mention my DJ Sass. Yeah. I'm gone. I said 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 I'm gone. Yeah.
Gone. Been going and gone. This shit got